Already, Dylan? Thank you. I appreciate everybody's patience. We had a legislative meeting beforehand and you had to get things together, so apologize for not starting on time here. So this is a hybrid meeting. The city council members and public can view this meeting live on Channel 8. The city's website and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting. By telephone, please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 *.
Thank you. All votes on tonight's agenda will be conducted as a roll call vote. I will call the regular meeting to order and ask the clerk to roll call vote.
Mayor Douglas.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Councilmember Madera.
Present.
Councilmember Teeter.
Present.
Councilmember Chacon. Councilmember Kim. Here. Councilmember Dukes. Here. Councilmember Ford.
Here.
Councilmember Douglas.
Here.
Mayor Douglas, you have a quorum.
All right. Please join me for a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Any council members wish to amend the agenda? I need a motion and a second to adopt the minute as presented. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Dukes. Second. Okay, the motion on the floor is to adopt the agenda as presented. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote, please.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passed unanimously. All right, on to public comments. All public comments except for those on public hearing will occur now. If you are intended to make a comment about a public hearing tonight, please refrain from doing so, doing public comment for that particular hearing, which we don't have hearings tonight. A public comment shall be limited to 3 minutes each. Persons registered to speak multiple times on multiple items may speak multiple times. Will the clerk please call anyone virtual to speak?
Yep, give me just one moment here, Mayor. Mayor, we have one virtual speaker tonight, and that will be Vicky Pabst. Vicky, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Hi, my name is Vicky Pabst, and I reside at 17282 Parkside Drive South in Commerce City. I'm here in front of you tonight, or virtually in front of you, to talk about the posted speed limit that goes around Reunion Park, specifically Parkside Drive South and Parkside Drive North. That speed limit posted is 30 miles an hour, which would seem a little excessive. I don't know if you've ever driven around that park at 30 miles an hour, but it is quite, in my opinion, it's too high for all the pedestrian traffic, especially at night, as that park, there's not very many lights in the park or around the park. as well as when the park is crowded and there's cars parked on both sides of Parkside Drive North and Parkside Drive South. In August, I invited Councilwoman Susan Nobles to come and sit on my front porch to observe the traffic for herself and the speeds on that street. I've lived here since 2003. It's one of the first 200 residents into the Reunion area. In the last 20 years, I have spent 13 years of those years working from my home and my office spaces that street. And in the last 4, I've been retired, and I just spend a lot of time on my front porch watching the park and just enjoying the outside. There were jammers placed on September 30th. Councilwoman Nobles notified me that there were 3 locations that jammers were placed for a speed study. Jammer 1 was between 17252 Parkside Drive South and 17262 Parkside Drive South. Those are just before there's a very, very large speed bump on Unity Parkway and Parkside Drive South that does regulate the slowing of traffic. And then another jammer was placed at 17052 Parkside Drive South, which is just past that speed bump as you head to the north. So that wouldn't probably not somebody coming up over that speed limit that jammer would probably list a lower speed. The third jammer was at 16742 Parkside Drive South. That jammer was placed 4 houses north of the park after Landmark. So that really would not pick up any speeds on Parkside Drive South. So in my opinion, this is an example of garbage in, garbage out, as that study revealed that those speeds were at 28, 29 miles per hour going past those jammers. So I don't really think the speed study really depicted as what the speeds are actually going around that park. Also, I live catty corner to the tot lot on the park, and there's no crosswalk painting on Richfield and Parkside Drive South. There's a lot of kids there crossing the street, especially on the weekends when there's cars parked and people walking in between those parked cars. As far as Parkside Drive North is, my daughter lives on Parkside Drive North. Speeds were recorded on that side up to 40 miles per hour. That is very, very, that's basically a nice little drag strip on a straightaway on that side of the park. So I'm here to ask that these issues be relooked at. I know Denver, around their parks and their side streets, their speed limit is 20 miles per hour. I did drive around the park the other day just to get an idea at night and during the day of really what 30 miles an hour around that park looks like. And even at 20, I'm more comfortable at 20 with all the activity on that park.
Ms. Paps,
yes.
sorry, you give you 3 minutes. I gave you some extra time.
Oh.
I really appreciate what you're saying, and you make some valid statements. And this will be forwarded over to everyone's here in the chambers, our city managers here, and we'll be looking at what you have laid out. And if anything's going to be done, it's going to be later on in council administrative business. But I do appreciate you speaking to council comments and addressing this issue as you have before. And so if anything comes out of this, we will let you know.
I appreciate that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor Douglas, that concludes all of our virtual speakers. We'll now move on to our in-person speakers. Our first in-person speaker for tonight's meeting is going to be Randy B. Randy, if you can approach the podium, you'll have 3 minutes once you begin. Thank you.
Thanks. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. My name is Randy Bauer. I'm the Vice President of Land Development for Oakwood Homes, and our office is located at 4908 Tower Road in Denver, Colorado. In the 20 years since Reunion was first envisioned, the community has grown, evolved, and adapted in many ways. Now, we're looking to the future and inviting residents, local business owners, and surrounding communities to share their vision for Reunion. We're excited to announce the launch of What's Next Reunion, a visioning process led by Oakwood to listen to the community and understand its desires for the future of Reunion. This initiative will run throughout 2025 and is designed to ensure that the voices of all stakeholders shape the next chapter of Reunion's story. We encourage everyone to participate by visiting www.whatsnextreunion.com. And on the website, you can take a survey, sign up and view updates, and share your ideas and feedback. This survey is now open and will close on March 7th, 2025. Community members will be receiving postcards in the mail about What's Next Reunion later this week. And those mailers will invite the community to visit the website and take the survey to share their feedback. Oakwood, as master developer of Reunion, is covering the costs associated with this community engagement. And we look forward to sharing the input and feedback with our community members, Commerce City Council, and city staff. Please help us spread the word about this important opportunity for community input. Together, we can ensure Reunion's future reflects the needs and aspirations of its residents, local businesses, and neighboring communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrow. Appreciate you coming in and letting us know.
Mayor Douglas, our next in-person speaker is going to be Jackie V. Jackie, if you can approach the podium, you'll have 3 minutes once you begin. Thank you.
The button. There we go.
I did hit it. Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem. I didn't get here in time enough to see exactly what all was on the agenda. So I'm glad I did see that 68th is an agenda, part of the agenda tonight. I don't know what else to say. I've stood up here many times, made many complaints, and we've got some things resolved, but a lot we've not gotten resolved. And these ATVs and these motorcycles, they're getting worse. Now, I've already had my fence hit, and no one's paying for it. So, went to court, and the gentleman never even showed up. So I'm at a loss. This last snowstorm that we had, one of the ATVs was out there racing up and down 68th. He goes up and down a couple of times. He starts to come back and loses control. Well, guess where he lands? Right next to my fence on my driveway. I'm standing out there feeding the cats thinking, oh my God, this ATV is going to go right through my fence again. Thank God the curb stopped him. We have got to do something. We can't keep doing this. Either someone's going to get hit and seriously hurt, or my property is going to be damaged again, or an animal's going to get killed, because we've got plenty around in that area. That he flies up and down 68th, he flies up and down Serenity. So we've got to do something. I don't know what, but we have to do something, because I don't want another incident like I had with the first round. So, second is I am sick and I am tired of asking for these potholes to be taken care of on the Fork and on Brighton Boulevard, and the Fork for Brighton Boulevard in Colorado towards Suncor. Someone's going to get seriously hurt there if not killed. Those potholes are so bad that when you're headed north on Brighton Boulevard, right as you come off underneath the bridge, They're so bad that when the semis are coming through, and those semis are not coming slow, they're flying down to get to Suncor. And so when they're flying and you're trying to come, even if you're going slow, you're still hitting those potholes, which takes you in the other direction. Either you go into the fence or you go into the semi. So I don't know what we got to do. Do we have to take some sand ourselves and go out there and try to fill these potholes ourselves? What do we got to do? Because obviously, no one else is going to take care of it. And I'm tired of asking. This has been a long time. So when are we going to see some results? No one else has come out except for the mayor and Christie and Craig Kim. Great Kim.
Thank you, Ms.
So-
Valdez.
Yeah,
I can say that CDOT's well aware of those potholes, and it's in their right of way. That's not part of the city. That's the problem. We have city roads, county roads, and state roads as Colorado and Vasquez. So they're well aware of what's going on, and they know they have to take care of those potholes. So
but the
it's just
thing
a
is,
matter
Mayor,
of when they're
they're
going to do
not.
that.
There's not. And then this has been going
So
on for a couple
we
of years
will-
that we've
so
made
I will-
complaints.
I will also reach out to them and get an update. I will ask later on do a council administrative business with our city manager and their team, and we'll make sure we'll have an update for you next
Yeah,
time.
does it take somebody to get seriously hurt or killed for somebody to do something?
I agree.
And this ATV issues, it's somebody's gonna get seriously hurt because this guy is just going crazy with this stuff, on ice,
Do me a favor about the AT situation. I appreciate, let our staff know when's the best time to call, or you can just call me, let me know. I'll come down and talk to you about that.
Okay,
So I really appreciate you addressing that.
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, our next in-person speaker is Keith R. Keith, if you can approach the podium, you'll have 3 minutes once you begin. Thank you.
Evening, Mayor, Council.
Evening.
Few things I need to press on. I was told 2 to 3 months ago, there was a camera put up on 68th and Albion. I've got a picture. There ain't no blasted camera up there. I've been lied to again. I'm not happy about this. We've got major problems with the speeders, the motorcycles, the ATVs. This weekend, we had another shooting over there. We need our freaking cameras over there. We need some patrol over there. Next, the tracks on Colorado Boulevard. Nothing's ever been done. We're tired of the trucks rattling across them tracks 24/7. It shakes our houses. It's loud. You're in your house closed up, the heater going, the TV on, and you can still hear the rattle from these trucks. It's getting old. We need updates on this. We need them taken care of. I don't care if you bury them, take them out, whatever. I don't really care. As long as something gets done. This is getting ridiculous. This motorcycle, I've called on numerous times. Nobody ever shows up. 15 minutes, he went by 3 times, 40 miles an hour or better, and revs the engine because I've told him to slow down. He's gonna kill somebody. At the same residence is the Chevy pickup that the mayor you have a picture of. He did finally put a bumper on it and got tags. He's still racing up and down the street. They live in the same freaking house. We need to get some patrol cars over there. We need some undercover cars over there to see this shit. It's time to start stepping up. Give us people some updates on what's going on. Because as far as I'm concerned, I'm not seeing much of anything going on. Nothing's being fixed. We're being lied to about cameras that aren't there. So we need to start stepping up and start doing something.
Well, thank you for
Somebody
your,
gets killed.
well, thank you for letting us know. And after public comments, after notice of council business, the first time is a presentation on 68th and Albion. So please stay around so you can hear what has been done and what's next.
All right.
Thank you.
Mayor Douglas, our next in-person speaker is Frank M. Frank, if you can approach the podium, you'll have 3 minutes once you begin. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Douglas and ladies and gentlemen of City Council. This is my third time here. Still going round and round with you guys, well, not you guys, but you guys, the city about a carport, okay? So I talked to you guys, and when I got that violation on June the 28th, I came over here immediately. And I spoke with somebody there in the zoning, and they told me, well, you know, we're not really the ones that you speak to. You need to call the lady herself, you know, the officer that gave you the ticket. So, okay, so I called her. I shouldn't know. You know, I get so many notes here, but I shouldn't have called her. I made the mistake, and I called her, and she gave me 30 days, you know, she gave me 4 days, and then she gave me an extension of 30 days. So it should have been down July 31st. There was no way that I could have done that either. So I came over here and I spoke to different people. And, you know, Ernesto was one of them. And Jared, I spoke with Jared, which was here before. And, you know, he told me, well, you know, I explained the situation. You know, it's been up for almost 8 years, okay? Hasn't bothered anybody. All of a sudden, you guys get a new inspector. It's bothering her. So she's bugging me, and I'm just right down the street. So, you know, like I've said before, I had a target on my house, and it's gone, okay? But now, finally, after months and months and months and months, I got an appointment or a hearing on the 11th with the Board of Adjustments. You know, this is expensive. I had to go make a big old sign, put it in my yard. You know, the carport cost me $1,500 to be gone, you know, and okay. Now, what I'm trying to propose to them is, you know, I had a non-combustible. It was pretty. It wasn't disturbing anybody. You know, it was protecting my vehicles and everything. But now, you know, they want me to, only got from my house to the fence, I only got 12 and a half feet. Okay, so they want 5 feet. There's no way. That's where all this variance stuff started. Okay, so then I talked to Nathan, which Nathan's been pretty good, you know, but, you know, again, I talked to somebody in zoning. Oh, I don't know, you got to go talk to building. I go to building. Oh, no, I don't know, you got to go talk to zoning. Who do I talk to? So finally, you know, I go talk to them. So, okay, she said, we'll let you build a wall, but it's got to be 1.5 feet, okay? And it's got to be a firewall. I said, well, 3 posts and non-combustible, why? Oh, because you're going to do it attached. Well, I had a detached before, and it was a problem for your zoning officer. So
I'll let
I
you
don't know.
finish up. Go ahead.
It's just you know, then, you know, and I shoot emails, you know, to people here, and Nathan and others, and all those, you know, and it's questions. Hey, mine is gone, okay? Why, I see them coming up all over the place. Why aren't they going after them? You know, and I don't want to be a snitch, but I did give a couple of addresses to Nathan. They said, hey, look, Nathan, here's this one right here, brand new. They just put it up like a month ago. No, actually, the day that I seen them putting up, I shot an email, and I took pictures. Look, it's brand new. It's still up. Okay, and okay, now I'm going through all this red tape, paying all this money. Thank God you guys dropped it down from $3,000 to $250, you know, but it's a lot of money, you know, it's expensive, and I've already lost a lot of money on this. So, you know, hopefully the Board of Adjustment, and I'm gonna come in and plead my case, you know, I'm beyond irritated, but you know, I get another email, and it says, I have a hearing, so let's see. So for what it's worth, your frustrations have done and are leading to change to the amend the application of the fee, okay? So that's where that was amended. And to look at the allowance of the code. I highlighted a gap in your permitting requirements. So I highlighted, coming and talking to you guys, I highlighted a gap that, there's a problem, and I just need a carport, a simple little carport,
So could you,
Not
thank
200,
you for,
240 square feet.
thank you for letting us know, and I remember you coming in last year, and you had to take your carport down. So things I believe things in the city have been done policy-wise, and so you're going through that right now. So please do me a favor and share your information with our city clerk here, and I'd like to get back with you to see exactly what's going on.
Okay. Yeah, and then, like I said, I do have a hearing on the 11th, which a
All right.
lot of my neighbors, they said they would come, we'll see.
Okay.
But
Well, I'm sorry about that, Frank.
yeah, I just need to get a carport up. I don't care what it is, just some protection.
Okay. Thank you.
Up to you. What's your phone number? 720-530-3959. Yeah. 399. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Mayor Douglas, our last in-person speaker for tonight is going to be Scott Van Heusen. Scott, if you can approach the podium, you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. Scott Van Heusen, 7057 Quebec Street. I'd like to first do a big thank you to Parks and Rec. This weekend, we had a second cleanup on the Sound Creek Regional Greenway, and Parks and Rec sent our ranger out, Rachel. She was great with the children, especially who were there. She gave them a nice little talk about how important what they were doing was, and we did over 200 pounds of garbage this last Saturday in 2 hours. We had a very nice day, but we didn't have a big turnout this time, probably because it's February. Most people don't think that's a good time to pick up trash on a river. That being said, it's the exact same location where we had the all-time largest poundage of trash a couple months ago picked up, and we're still not done. The area is really, really littered. It looks a lot better. And so the thank you is for the support we've already had. My request is if you can help us get the word out on the 22nd, we're doing another cleanup, the same location, 10 o'clock to 12, the parking lot of Stout Street Foundation, and we're going to see if we can knock out at least another 300 pounds of trash from that area. And it looks like it's there. We just need the support to try and get that trash up. If it's something that people can't do, if you want to support by bringing Tasty Donuts from Tasty Donuts, most of the volunteers come from Denver and Aurora. So I've been really telling them how great some of our Commerce City businesses are. I'd like it if we can kind of support that and see if we can't get some Commerce City residents. So if you'll just help me get the word out that the 22nd from 10 to noon, there's going to be the final cleanup that is scheduled for that site. It won't be the final cleanup ever, but we're going to have to let them move to other areas of the Greenway before spring comes. I also found out that they've started tilling to do a pollinator garden in our wetland loop, not far from that site, but the Commerce City Wetland Loop will be having a pollinator garden, and they have some other plans for that area. So I think it's pretty exciting. I've asked them if they can please share some of that with EPAC and E3 so that we can be involved with doing it. And then thank you, because, well, it's sort of a complaint. Our website's very difficult. I couldn't find the phone numbers I needed, but a thank you to Councilmember Douglas for helping me first, and then to Jeff Brazel, who was able to get me in contact with the people I needed for that. So again, 10 o'clock, the 22nd, 10 to noon. If you can just get the word out, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming down and giving us the date on that for February 22nd.
That's the last of our in-person speakers tonight, Mayor Douglas.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. All right, members of the public were able to submit written comments online by mail. Written comments were not received by the deadline and were not incorporated. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Up next, proclamations. Women's History Month. I will invite Deanne Hall, our DEI Commissioner, forward to read the proclamation.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
Council members. Glad to be here this evening. So the proclamation reads, whereas Women's History Month celebrates the indelible impact made by women and girls on the nation's, the state of Colorado, and Commerce City's history. And whereas in 1848, the Women's Rights Convention was held in Seneca Falls, New York, wherein the attendees issued the Seneca Falls Declaration of Sentiments declaring that all men and women are created equal. And whereas in 1893, the state of Colorado became the first in the nation to pass by vote of the people an amendment to the state constitution giving women the right to vote. And whereas in 1920, the Anthony Amendment was ratified as the 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution, guaranteeing the right to vote shall not be abridged on the basis of sex. And whereas in 1995, President Bill Clinton declared by presidential proclamation the month of March as National Women's History Month to honor the contributions women have made to American history. And whereas during this time, the nation should reflect on the contributions made by women of color, and by LGBTQ plus women throughout American history in the fields of science, public service, civil rights, and others that often go overlooked and undervalued. And now, therefore, the City Council of Commerce City proclaims March as Women's History Month and encourage all residents to join in celebrating our country's diversity and continue the efforts to create a world that is more just, peaceful, prosperous for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Hall, for reading the proclamation for Women's History Month. I need a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Councilmember Kim?
I'd like to approve the motion, approve the proclamation as read.
Councilmember Douglas?
I'd like to second that, please.
All right, now we're down to discussion. Any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yes, thank you so much. This will be for March, Women's History Month. And of course, this month we're celebrating Black History Month. These are all extraordinarily important to recognize the contributions and the difficulties and the efforts that were undertaken in order to obtain rights that should have been self-evident. So thank you very much, and thank you very much to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission of the City of Commerce City. We appreciate your service. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else make a comment? Councilmember Douglas?
Hi, Dina.
Hello.
I'll have to admit, I have not seen you with your hair down before, so when I passed you by in the hall,
You didn't
I
notice
did
me.
not recognize
It's okay,
you.
that's all right, yeah.
Your hair is absolutely beautiful.
Thank you, thank you.
I want to echo what Mayor Pro Tem Noble said, and I'd like to thank you personally for your contributions that you have made to the city and to our community. And I am just so glad that you stopped by our cultural council table at River Run when we had music in the park there, because it has been such a joy to know you since then. So thank you so much for the beautiful reading and just everything that you do for, I see your family's here, so thank you for your family's commitment to our community as well. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chacon?
Thank you for giving me for being off camera. I'm sick tonight. I'm really grateful for you being here. I'm really grateful for this proclamation. Not only is it timely into showing how we believe in the foundations of our community is in DEI, which includes women and vets, and how we truly include that type of equity in this proclamation, but just being able to address how much women and femme identity and LGBTQ femme identity also have contributed to the American identity. It should be self-evident, but I'm grateful for especially our city and for you being here in a way that we can show we still support those ideals. It's incredibly important to learn and include, but it's even more important to make sure that we truly fight for maintaining that type of equity and that type of freedom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to echo the sentiments that Councilwoman Chacon has also said. I'm grateful that we are in a municipality that still, celebrates the diverse community that we have, especially with DEI, and of course our LGBTQIA+ community that's out there as well. It's always great to see that, as far as especially with women, as far as how much empowerment there is that they have strove for, if that makes sense, over the course of many years and of course many different generations. So thank you, Dina, for being here to read that proclamation tonight.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for reading the proclamation. As you know, women have done so much for the country and so much for the world, and I appreciate taking a moment and pausing and recognizing the contributions of women across the United States, and especially here in Commerce City, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, and I wanted to thank you as well for reading the proclamation. And I know that the DEI Commission wants to have more of a role in our community. So I really appreciate you coming forward. And this month happens to be Black History Month as well. And, my mom, she's raised 4 kids by herself. And so I look up to her and the ability for her to get a job, because it wasn't until the middle of the 70s where women couldn't even can't even be on a mortgage, can have a bank account, could do a lot of things. So, and that's not very far from where we're at right now. So I really appreciate that. And change has come, not easy, not quickly, but because of one woman's refusal to accept silence brought us here. So I really appreciate you. Do we have a proclamation that we could take a picture with? Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. All right, we'll take a vote here. The motion on the floor, oh, sorry. Did we? No, we haven't. Yeah, first and second. Yeah, we already did first, yes. So the motion on the floor is to approve the proclamation. I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, it passes unanimously. Okay, come on up, we'll take a picture. Appreciate that.
Okay. Okay.
Ford and Councilmember Kim, we can't see.
Cheryl, women, come on, ladies.
There we go.
Ladies in the audience, come on up.
Yes.
Please.
Councilmember Kim.
Jackie?
Wait, brother.
Jackie? Thank you, everybody, for allowing that time. Okay, on to notice of council business. Cancellation of March 10th study session. Majority of city council will be at the NLC on March 10th, 2025. In the council may cancel the study session. Need a motion and a second to cancel the March 10th, 2025 study session. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
So moved?
Councilmember Douglas?
Second that, please.
Okay, is there any discussion? Councilmember Kim?
Just out of curiosity, with the March 10th cancellation, I understand that's a study session. How many people are we not going to have enough to do a study session? And what are the impacts, I guess, is my other question too, regarding if we were to push items from the March 10th over to another. I'd be curious to know that, honestly.
Thank you, Councilmember Kim. So as it currently stands, there will be only 4 individuals here, not on that trip, as far as council members. So you would not technically have a quorum for that meeting. I would have to rely on the city attorney whether or not a quorum for a study session is still required. It is. It is. So you would not have a quorum in attendance on March 10th. Looking at the actual agenda, I think when you all were talking about the study session, setting the study session agenda for Q2, there was a brief discussion around potentially canceling the NLC meeting. And at that time, you only had one discussion tentatively on that agenda, which was the next generation of public transportation. Since that discussion on January 13th, staff looking at open agendas noticed that there was space and put the private golf cart use discussion and the 96th Avenue pedestrian underpass discussion. I thought it was advisable based on meeting with the Mayor Pro Tem during our standing agenda review that to bring this to your attention on getting guidance and direction on how to make certain adjustments. For instance, if you all wanted to move those items off of March 10th to allow for one to be heard on February 24th in place of the North Range Substation, Buckley Park, Chambers Road funding options, and to push one down to March 3rd, that could all be discussed tonight during this motion.
You're saying that can be discussed during this motion as we speak today, right now, okay? So I guess that'd be a question for the body then, wouldn't it? I mean, to figure out what exactly are we going to move, if anything.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yes, thank you very much. As you recall, we had a study session meeting where we discussed items on the study session agendas upcoming. We did not change any of those during the course of the meeting. However, when they came to us during last week's meeting, there had been some adjustments made. If you'll recall, we went through each of those items and left them as they were. We made agreement, left them where they were. I think what's really critical to me is that I have been, 2 things of importance to me were placed on the March 10th study session agenda when I will be away in Washington, D.C. for the National League of Cities, along with many of you. These two that are of importance to me are the 96th Avenue underpass for the safety of children going to South Lawn Elementary and the high school. For me, that's imperative to be there. Interestingly, there is another item regarding 96th Avenue that's actually on a different study session night, and that's about the 96th Avenue sound walls. I don't know why they're on two separate nights, but at this point they are. And then, of course, the golf cart issue. There are many residents who would like to have personal golf carts at the at Bison Ridge. I'm sorry, not at Bison Ridge, although they could use them there, I suppose, but at Buffalo Run. And I brought this forward so that we could have discussion about it in order to determine if we can make that happen for them. So I would appreciate being able to be there for that as well. So moving one to February and one to March 3rd would accommodate both of those items, and I would really appreciate it if we could do that. Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Councilmember Kim, for opening up this discussion to talk about the agenda. What I'm hearing, a couple things and clarification, is that on March 10th, we won't have a quorum because everyone will be gone. Is that correct?
That's correct. The majority of you all will be gone.
So we will have to move these items. My part of the discussion is I don't want to bump the substation conversation in favor of private golf course carts, as the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee already discussed it. And so as far as the 96 widening and an underpass, or go ahead.
I think to the North Reading substation discussion on February 24th, when that was broached with you on January 13th, the intent was always to have that as a follow-on conversation to what would occur at the planning retreat that you were going to have initially at the end of January, beginning of February, that now is in March, so that we could then get direction from you all as to here is the most appropriate funding option for us to continue to develop and then come back to you with where we stood as an update, because there may be some timing triggers that we have to enact in 2025 to do so. So that's where that conversation was to come. But if that is to be in reverse, that's nothing to say that we couldn't do that, but it wouldn't be as robust of a discussion.
Yeah, and I trust your decision-making on that in terms of timing. What I'm expressing is I don't want the substation discussion to be bumped in lieu of the private golf cart discussion, as this is a discussion that's already been had within the Parks and Rec, and so this is coming back up later on, and we could put that at a different, it's not a priority in my mind versus a substation update that leads into what I'm hearing you say, our retreat. And so as far as the agenda, we have to move the March 10th meeting, or the agendas, because we won't have a quorum. And I just don't want things that are priority to get bumped. And one of the priorities for me is the substation. The other piece is a 96 underpass. I think moving that to the next meeting makes sense, as this has been a conversation for safety. As the conversation with the new school being built, I think it's appropriate to have that earlier rather than later, to make sure that we have the right information to help move that project forward.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else before we go second round? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councilmember Dukes. And I do just want to make clear that I wasn't trying to prioritize golf carts. The police substation, 96th Avenue, police substation, Chambers Road, and there's a third one that was all part of that agenda item. During the meeting last week, Mr. Rogers indicated to us that because we will be discussing priorities during our retreat, and how we're going to, and how we look at all the money that's available or not available, that having it after our retreat would be helpful. So, so he apparently believes we need to have a vote on that. So it's not delaying that, it's simply delaying it until the study session after our retreat. Okay. Is that okay?
Yeah, that makes sense.
All righty, thank you so much.
City Manager Rogers, do you have?
Yes, I was going to say that the Mayor Pro Tem is correct. Since we had already slated it in, if I'm going to just change the agenda, I'd rather do so with your support on things that had already been discussed. Hence why asking for that adjustment tonight about the funding options coming after the actual retreat, where we'll have all of that information for you all to make that decision.
Councilmember Kim?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Rogers, just want to clarify here. We're saying the police substation is being moved to what date again?
That would be your March 21st, 22nd. So let me take a step back. Your initial discussion around funding options for those three listed items of Buckley Park, Chambers Road, North Range Substation would occur March 21st, 22nd. From that discussion, we would have identified a date in Q2 where we would come back to you with an update based on the guidance and the direction you all gave us with whether it's funding option A, B, or C, and what additional steps need to be taken to bring that to fruition. So that's why you saw that on your Q2 study session agenda making on January 13th, was to select that follow-on date after we got your initial guidance.
Copy. So we'll be talking about it at the retreat a little bit, and then after that, we'll see it for funding discussion to occur sometime in Q2. I understand that one. 96 Avenue Underpass, what was the date that we're going to come back with that one then?
It was our thought process to push that one down to March 3rd. We're still, as my understanding, we're still waiting on additional information in concert with the school district, because we are working with them on where that obviously location will be best placed. We do have information as to the sound walls, hence why you're seeing that on the 24th. I can't say that we would have that information from the district at the same time. So we are once again trying to be conservative, but we do have and are available to talk about the private golf cart use discussion, since that's one that's been ready-made on a number of different levels from the committee and obviously from council.
And there is nothing else currently, just those two are the major items that we're on for March 10th?
That is correct.
Okay, and I guess like you're asking for our support to make sure that we're okay with
Yes.
those changes?
Yes, sir.
That and the cancellation of March 10th.
Yeah, well, okay, I'm good with it.
Any more discussion? All right. The motion on the floor is to cancel the March 10th, 2025 study session. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote, please.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, passed unanimously. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you. I do just want to make the other point that during the study session, when we discussed study session agenda items, we discussed them, we didn't vote on them, right? We had consensus on what we were doing. They were not, it wasn't a vote, we weren't overturning a vote here. So I just want to make that clear as well.
Thank you. All right, up next, presentation on 68th Avenue and Abilene Street update. I invite City Manager Rogers forward to make the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Appreciate being able to come before you all tonight to discuss this matter. You all may remember on December 2nd, you all had asked myself and staff to compile a comprehensive and composite list of activities and projects to address concerns that we had received from a handful of our residents in the Adams Heights community. You all may also remember that you received this information from myself in a memo format back on January 6th, outlining that information to date and when we initiated those various activities, and that we would be bringing forward a presentation for daylighting to the public tonight. The presentation and the attached memo provide, like I said, that collection of activities mostly driven by our Public Works and our Police Department. As you'll see on this slide, which is starting off with Public Works, and you'll notice that some of our efforts date back to 2021, with the installation of speed humps to 68th Avenue. I'd like to also call out on this slide, which I think is an important piece, is another ongoing project of the 68th Avenue multimodal project. It is $455,000 in design, another $1.5 million socked aside for construction, and looking at things from curb extensions or bulb outs to crosswalks to rapid flashing beacons to help increase the safety for pedestrians and also minimize pedestrian vehicular conflicts as they may exist or we had received as concerns within the community. Following the speed hump installation in August of 2022, as shown here, August 2024, we conducted a speed data and collected information in which we had noticed that the confirmed speeds prior to such in 2021 had significantly decreased. With that installation, what we had noticed as the average speed was 34 miles per hour, and that was looking at around 428 vehicles over that period of time frame, and some including 10 over 65 miles per hour. So we acknowledged that there was a concern of speeding. Since the installation of those speed humps, the average speed is around 27 miles per hour. And in August 2024, the average speed limit was 24 miles per hour with one vehicle measuring and traveling over 40 miles per hour or higher. Once again, we are attempting to address the majority of the concerns around speeding. There are also obviously going to be, just in the real world, there will be individuals that will speed regardless, and we will not be able to catch all. But once again, we are taking efforts to do our best to address that accordingly. Once again, this is just kind of capturing additional information as it pertains. And I think what's more important here, we have an annual storm cleaning program, and we have a sweeping program. We conducted 2 sweeps within that area as per our sweeping program, but we have an annual basis where we do clean out the various sediment and debris of our storm sewer inlets. We actually conducted that twice, one during our annual cycle and then one in response to public comment that was received during a regular meeting night so that we could address those concerns. Continuing on with police department, we've done a number of different things. I think probably the biggest one was a targeted enforcement plan within the Adams Heights neighborhood at the end of 2023. We have also partnered with the Colorado State Patrol and the Port of Entry to run an operation or a number of different operations with scales in 2 areas around the Adams Heights area. The first was conducted along 70th and Colorado Boulevard, and the second was located around Colorado and 66th Avenue. Why is that important? Obviously, with Colorado Boulevard being a truck route, we had received concerns about trucks not just utilizing Colorado during the height of the construction of the 2 multifamily buildings off of Colorado, but just in general, and then using 68th Avenue as a cut-through. So in those efforts, it was to be able to have a visible presence in trying to address those concerns. We've also taken additional steps with having variable message boards up at various locations, informing truck drivers of what the routes are and what the penalty would be in not following said routes. I will say we have a camera that is installed on 68th Avenue facing west to Colorado Boulevard, and that has been up, and we have been managing that camera system. We are looking to further expand on that camera system to have additional technology from our Flock system, but as it stands right now, it is simply a camera for us to be able to log in and to see what in any of all type of activity that we may be able to look for. That is approximately, it costs us about $12,000 to put up. It's another $1,300 for us to maintain on a monthly basis with our police department. PD also conducted a similar speed study as of last year, which was in around 6641 Colorado Boulevard. We also conducted one at the intersection of 68th and Ash. What we found there, obviously with a number of different improvements, in addition to the road reconstruction project of 70th Avenue, Colorado Boulevard between 68th and 70th Avenue. What we noted were speed limits, given that the posted speed is 35 miles per hour on Colorado, 25 miles per hour on 68th. The average speed limit on 68th Avenue is 24 miles per hour, and 34 to 35 miles per hour is the average speed on Colorado. So once again, we're not showing on average or the majority of vehicles as a tipping point. We will have those instances where we will have outliers where there will be speeders. Kind of bringing this full tilt as we continue to think about that. CMV messaging is still out there. We have established and created our own heavy vehicle or motor vehicle unit and are working towards certification amongst a number of our different frontline officers to be able to participate in that. We have to conduct across, I believe, 4 to 5, 32 different certifications, which means 32 different stop inspections and issuance of various violations. So that's a significant number that we are working towards this year. We also have, like I said, continue to work on being able to expand upon various opportunities on how to help reconnect Adams Heights into the broader community. And we received a grant from CDOT, or working with CDOT in participation from the federal government on being able to not just look at Adams Heights, but also Brighton Boulevard in Colorado. There was made mention about this continuing issue of motorbikes and ATVs. Motorbikes and ATVs is not just an issue germane to Adams Heights. That is a citywide issue, and the resources that I would say we have provided at Adams Heights probably far exceeds what we have done in other neighborhoods to the city. Rightfully so, it was a request, we looked into it. As you all probably have heard from our chief, we do not chase. We do not chase in the city. So if there is a failure to yield or to stop when approached by an officer, we are to let them go. At the same time, while yes, it is a nuisance and a concern as it pertains to how we look at priority 1, 2, 3, and 9 calls, we have to be able to meter the number of calls based on our existing resources. And these do not rise to the level of a priority 1 or a priority 2, which are more violent in nature and have a higher level of criminality that we need to address more with a more urgent response. You may have heard from one of our speakers today about a shooting. Our officers are not aware of one. We are going to be going back and double checking if there was a call made, but you may remember that same individual came before you all last month, noting how quickly we did respond to a shooting that had been called in at that time and how we responded to that. So I don't know if that was referencing the same call, but we are aware of that one, and we did respond given that was a priority 1 call. As it pertains to this conversation, continuing conversation around ATVs and motorbikes, you may also remember when we talked about the core city discussion. In that core city discussion, we laid out what the fine schedule is and what potential actions that the council could give back to the staff on evaluating and working with our municipal judge on making adjustments to that fine schedule that makes it more punitive for those that we are able to cite and are able to have them yield. There's been no guidance or direction from the council as a body for us, myself, the city attorney, and the judge to take that action to bring something back before you all on how to take those steps and if wanting to increase that. But just as a reminder, that is also out there as an additional step if the council wanted to do so, which does not just only address Adams Heights, but it addresses it citywide, as we all know, as a growing issue. And I believe there was one other item I wanted to speak to that was raised tonight, that being the tracks within Colorado Boulevard. The tracks within Colorado Boulevard are not within our purview to make any change or to address. They are under the ownership of RTD. We have reached out to RTD to determine if there's any planned work within the right-of-way to improve that. We plan on reaching back out to RTD, given that we have not received a response initially, which was over a couple of months ago. But since they have an easement within our right-of-way that affords them those tracks, even though those tracks are not in service, we still would require their approval and/or their assistance in updating those tracks or retrofitting those tracks or making improvements to those tracks within Colorado. So we've engaged with them. We will continue to engage with them, but until we have some agreement in principle with them to take any action, that's where those will stand for the immediate future. Last but not least, since 2021 to now, we've spent over $2 million in addressing Adams Heights neighborhood issues and concerns. We continue to provide the same level of service that we provide citywide. You all may also remember that I shared an email with you. Our response times to Adams Heights are actually slightly better, or in some areas significantly better for priority 1 and priority 2 calls. It's more difficult for us to pull the timelines or in the response time estimates from our CAD 911 system because it is labor intensive and manual in nature for us to do so. But in priority 1, priority 2 calls, which is what we do keep, Adams Heights is averaging a better time than I would say, generally speaking, across the city. And that brings my presentation and discussion to a conclusion.
Okay, thank you. Any council members have questions? Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this forward tonight, City Manager Rogers. I really appreciate it. It is good to hear that you have looked into the railroad tracks. I think the issue is that they cross the road, and that's because there's so much industrial over there that that's where the issue comes from. And so in further discussions with RTD, maybe it would just be suggested that the only part they'd have to take out is the part that's on the road. And it's a diagonal, so it's a little bit longer length than what you would see just going straight across the road. But I think maybe that would be more workable for RTD if they could understand how it's impacting our community members, and that it would just be that piece that would need to be taken out. So, yeah, I appreciate the fact that you have taken the initiative to reach out to RTD and work on that. Shows you've been listening, so appreciate that. Do we have a school zone over there with Alsop?
We do.
Okay, and do you know what hours that's enforced and what the speed limit is?
Not off the top of my head, ma'am, without speaking with Public Works staff.
Okay, I'm hoping that it's 20 miles per hour that I see in other school zones. That is, it's a challenging area there because of the fact that industry, I don't know which came first, the homes, or if it was all done at once, why there's so much industry over there. But it obviously wasn't well thought out for the people who have to live there, and they call it home, to have to live with so much industry, which also brings in traffic, heavy truck traffic, everything that goes along with industry, the emission of toxins. I recently have gotten calls about Rocky Mountain Recycling burning over there and going past the hours that they're supposed to. So I see this as an opportunity to bring that up, but
If I
no
may,
matter
ma'am.
how it got there, we still have to own it. And figure out how to make this as livable for the people who call that area home. I had a question on the, you said there was a federal grant. Do we have that in hand, or is that something that we're gonna have to fight DC for, or?
I think when it comes to, so let me say this, with respect to executive orders or memorandums from the Department of Treasury, we're still kind of going through, we have a list of what we believe are affected programs, projects, general fund, budget implications. I have not had a chance to review it in great detail. I just received it tonight. So that will be some great reading from our finance team, and I mean that with all loving care. But at the same time, we have to look at whether or not that impacts existing projects, budget, but also as well as potential future budget items that we have and are waiting for an appropriations order from the federal government, and even more so downrange, potentially any other additional activities that we may want to compete with or compete for. So I think the simplest or the short of it all is there's still a lot of unknowns. We are trying to navigate those unknowns as it comes out of DC, and we are trying to figure out the next date that will become a critical decision point for the federal government on whether it's this grant or others that may impact the city, and what shifts that we may need to make operationally, but also from a policy basis with the council once we do know that. I did want to take one moment to talk to you about Rocky Mountain Recycling. We are aware of some concerns around noise, odor, light, glare with that, and I believe our community development team is trying to work through the applicable conditions and approvals so that we can then take actions as it is appropriate.
I'm glad you're aware of it. I've gotten calls about billowing smoke and how it's, the air is just thick with the smell of toxins and people breathing in smoke. So let's just keep working on all of this, and appreciate you bringing this forward tonight.
Councilmember Madera?
So you answered a lot of the questions that I had in your presentation, but one you didn't touch on was CDOT and just the condition of roads, Brighton Boulevard, 74th, Highway 224, the spur onto Highway 85. And do we have anything out there with CDOT for those repairs? And how long have we been in contact with them?
So yes, thank you for that. There was also an associated direction that actually stems back to July of last year, where you all had asked us to engage with CDOT on understanding the conditions of their roadways. How could we potentially look at working with them on advancing reconstruction or improvements, filling potholes, so forth. We had been actively engaging with CDOT on particularly Brighton Boulevard being one of note that was raised today, 224, 76, 85, that run through our city. And it wasn't until October, November timeframe where we were actually able to receive the baseline data through a handful of meetings that our staff had with both CDOT, as well as the county being participatory, knowing that we do have pockets of enclaves in that area as well, within Adams Heights and Adams City, to which we were taking that data and actively mapping that over. And how CDOT looks at some of those roadway conditions are green, blue, and red. And I can't remember the actual verbiage, but the majority of the roads outside of 76 and a portion of 85 were red, which was the lowest condition. We had continued to engage with CDOT on trying to understand whatever that we could do to raise the priority of their operations and maintenance, and potentially a reconstruction of those. And they were investing more time on 224, 74 first, before engaging on Brighton Boulevard. That was shared during one of my council report outs. We have continued to work behind the scenes. I do not have a recent update for you on what that might look like, sir. But I would say I do not suspect outside of, and once again, our Public Works team has a very good relation with CDOT, continues to have continual and monthly meetings with them, that we can continue to raise the potholes on Brighton Boulevard to be fixed, to address these concerns. If they do not come of that situation, it may warrant a conversation with the council again about engaging a higher level at CDOT and seeing about trying to get that or giving us the ability to be able to go fill those potholes within their rights of way through an IGA. Obviously, we'd want to talk about materials and coverages of other of the kind, but I would say that's where we left it at the end of last year, was trying to continue to engage on their operations and maintenance. We've been, I would say, most recently more successful on getting them out there and addressing plowing, snowing, issues related to some of those operations. But I can't speak full-heartedly with where we're at with addressing Brighton Boulevard today.
Okay, yeah, I think we need to follow up. I mean, I personally snapped a sway bar end link, about a month ago on 224, so it's, get into dangerous conditions, and on the spur, there's potholes the size of your tire, and I'm talking, truck tires. And then you combine that with, the ruts that are 6 to 8 inches from all this heavy traffic going through, and it makes for some dangerous roadways that are, getting to a point where they're going to be pretty much impassable pretty soon. So, if we can follow up with them, see what we can do to get an IGA, and, if we can make repairs and have them reimburse us, but we need to make some kind of movement. I don't see very many roads that are CDOT maintained in the shape the roadways are that run through our city.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you. And thank you for your report as well. I actually wanted to ask a clarifying question, and then if we can add more. One is, will the traffic calming measures, it didn't specify, include crosswalks, including lighted crosswalks?
It will include crosswalks. I can't say from a design perspective it will be lit, I would suspect, but I don't want to make an assumption without knowing and seeing the plans or having information shared to me from Public Works staff. But generally speaking, the multimodal project will have crosswalks.
And will it have any kind of safety barriers? As you often see in Denver, you have those white poles that it doesn't always deter things, but it's able to at least block pedestrians in that way. And it's true what Councilmember Madera said. The way that our roadways are treated are almost assumed because we're a transportation space. It has to be really fast, really harsh. People live here. So how can we use it in a way, maybe it's cams, maybe it's ticketing, because I know not every police officer can or should pull over everybody all the time. But once you actually do show that there's an enforcement, even in a parking lot with that type of thing and a really large fine, it does sway behavior. Is there any way that we can use those type of measures of cameras of, yes, issuing out tickets, because it's just too reckless, and if there's no other punishment, what else can we do?
So we are in the process of hiring a radar van. We have taken the necessary steps to broaden, whether you want to call it red light cameras, speed cameras of the sort here at the city. Our only current location was 60th Parkway and Vasquez. We have agreed into various contracts, and you all have supported that. That allows for us to expand that. And the best way to do so is, like I said, to get a radar van or similar type of vehicle to do so. And our PD is in the process of that, as any acquisition of I'll call it a capital improvement, a capital purchase. We do have to go through purchasing and other procurement practices. So it's not overnight. but we are in process of that. With respect to fees, I did make mention, you could raise the fines to be more punitive for those that are, once again, not just specific to Adams Heights, but broadly, whether it's motorbikes, ATVs, that classification of ticketing that we do here at the city. Once again, that comes from direction from the council. So I can't unilaterally just say, I'm going to bump up fees by another 25 to 100, nor I believe the judge can, but that would be obviously a partnership. Myself, the city attorney, and the judge would work towards, based on your guidance and direction, to bring back to you as options for consideration. And then ultimately, if any ordinance or resolutions then need to be able to be taken up to adopt that.
Thank you. Some of it is also trucking companies, that's why. And if it's a smaller fee, it isn't just for the punishment of it, but it feels like there needs to be a raised consequence, so we're just not mistreated. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things that was not brought up is that First Transit, who is a contractor of RTD, is on one side of those tracks. The light rail station is on the other side of those tracks. And if those tracks belong to RTD, and they're, the buses that come out of First Transit are significant, they're creating part of the problem. I think it's important that we reach out to RTD and let them know that those tracks need to be fixed so that it reduces the impact to the neighboring community, especially with First Transit there. Secondly, I wanted to ask if we have gathered any new information about issues in the area from the poll cameras that you said that were up. And then air monitors for pollutants in the area. I know for several years there were air monitors on the county building. They had zero detect, from my knowledge. Are there any others in the area that are up that we can continue to have an idea of the air quality in that area? And I'll stop there for a second. I do have some more.
Okay. I'll start with the last question. Air monitors in the area, I am not familiar with others. Does not mean that my E3 staff is not. And I would have to reach out to see if they are. And if so, that we can ensure that information is provided to the council. To your point, the air monitors on the Adams Tower building, when last discussing this, not generally this topic, but in where that was raised in December, there was no detect or there was no instance in which those monitors were triggered for abnormal air quality. To your next question about First Transit and to RTD, yes, we can reach out to RTD and obviously make them aware of the instances on both sides of the track. To the poll camera, we are trying to link that system to where the data that comes through is automated, unless we have somebody that is sitting in front of that camera 24/7. We are inherently not going to capture everything, but when our commanders and our chief are looking into that system, they have not found anything that is abnormal as it relates to heavy trucks traveling down 68th Avenue or to excessive other criminal activities. When they have, and we've been able to identify those vehicles, we have taken action on those. We've actually, in one instance, have seen a heavy truck go down 68th Avenue on the poll camera, but then ultimately we had an officer posted up down the street, able to pull that vehicle over. So some of those things you don't necessarily hear, but you do hear of those outliers. But generally speaking, we're not finding those outliers on a consistent basis. Now, once again, we also don't have everybody sitting there 24 hours a day. So I have to be fair and balanced in understanding and noting that.
Thank you. I do have a few more questions. One, I was under the understanding that the police department did stop and offer Ms. Valdez information on being able to apply to get the fence repaired that was brought up tonight at Citizen Communication. Is that true?
That is correct. Our deputy chief had personally worked with our prosecutor in being able to afford a process and working through our court system. That was as of Q3, Q4 of last year, in which we did not receive a response in regards to that opportunity.
And lastly, when it comes to the state right-of-ways, they are terribly out of maintenance. And it's not just the roads in Commerce City, the state roads in Commerce City. 124th Avenue coming from the county building is ridiculous. I would request that the council consider having the mayor sign a letter requesting a response from the state to get some of these roads repaired that are within our right-of-way, within the city's right-of-way. So that's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to piggyback on Councilmember Faure, I'll support that if that's what we maybe think about later on. That's personally, I hit a pothole and it cost me around $2,000 to get my pothole fixed in that area. And I would support any nudging that we need to do to make sure we get attention on that. And City Manager Roger, I wanted to just thank you for bringing this presentation to our attention. You laid out the data, you shared and provided us with council as options if we want to increase enforcement through policy, and you listened to the community. Oftentimes our government, people feel government moves slow. However, through this process, it shows that there's been a lot of activity to address some of the community concerns that you heard over the last year and even before I was on council. So I appreciate the effort, knowing that the data you had to track here is not, we don't have one system that populates all the data. So I know this is a lot of, and police chiefs, thank you as well. It's a lot of hours on the back end to populate the data, make sure we have the information so that we can share with their community. Spending over $2 million in this part of the city is well worth it. And I appreciate we see a dollar amount that there seems to be I guess my last piece, the disconnect on what's happening and what's being felt. And so hearing and seeing the data, the dollar amounts, it's shocking, right? And so I appreciate the feedback. The other piece that I want to recognize is just the sidewalks. I often drive in an area on the way to Denver or back, especially Saturday mornings. And I love the sidewalks on 68th all the way up to 72nd. And being able to see residents be able to walk to the light rail station and have that on Colorado Boulevard, have that available. And the process it took to actually implement those wasn't a long process, it felt like. And being able to see those, just seeing it in action, seeing it done, is something I want to just commend you and the team for. As far as the last piece, we also approved, so let me back up. So we say signage, speed bumps, cameras, a speed study, conversations with our police department. We provided funding for the speed bumps, funding for the signage. We increased traffic enforcement in an area. And then the last thing we want to mention is that you mentioned the camera, the van, the speeding van, or what is the actual?
So that's a radar van.
The radar van, which you're in the process of purchasing. And I know as a council, and I'm excited about it, we talked about the Safe Streets Initiative, and that funding was a part of a Safer Street Initiative. And I just want to encourage residents, as they're watching or not, this is an effort that will actually be able to bring some residents together and serve as block captains that help with engineering, information, and ultimately increase traffic or increase oversight from our police department. But I firmly believe that it's important that our community, our neighborhood comes together to talk through some of these issues, that it's not always just up to city council to address some of these issues. Neighborhoods matter, your neighborhoods matter, your neighbors matter, know your neighbors. Last is I had an ATV issue, and I know this is a national problem. It's not just a Commerce City problem, but on my block, we had some ATVs, and I knew my neighbor. So I walked down the street and just talked to my neighbor and said, hey, I know your son, you probably didn't know this because you weren't home, but your son was driving an ATV up and down the street. It took one conversation for them to stop. I haven't had an issue since. And I simply expressed to them that this is, you might get fined for this, and I'm coming to you as a neighbor so you don't get into any trouble, especially with your 16-year-old and his friends. And that's the thing I would encourage our community to do. Know your neighbor, use the resources available, because sometimes it is just a simple conversation around, just give you a heads up that this is our neighborhood, that we all care. But thank you for your time. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the information. I appreciate all the work that the city has gone into to try and address some of these problems. Industrial areas and homes, that's a difficult to coexist, that is for certain. And I think what I would like to hear also is if there's anything else that you came up with that could be done, if none of these things have been have been effective yet, if there's anything else that we could potentially do. I was thinking about actually having economic development meet with each of the businesses in the area to talk to the managers at these businesses about their trucks going in and out and the possibility of them being cognizant of the fact that they're driving in neighborhood areas. I would also love to take a look at our speed limits. I think the homeowner who spoke earlier today, this evening that is, about the Parkside issue, and then you have the same thing happening on 68th. Both of those have children in the area, children using the streets, the sidewalks, bicycling, walking, and so forth. If perhaps we really need to take a look at lowering our speed limit around things like schools, parks, and so forth. Denver has it at 20 miles per hour right now. It was mentioned earlier, so in fact, I was planning to bring that up as a motion during administrative council business. And since we understand that's a problem here too, it makes a lot of sense. I have sat at the corner of 68th and Albion in front of a house that's very highly decorated in their yard. It's very entertaining to watch what goes on. I have sat across the street from Waste Management. Tons of trucks go in and out of Waste Management, of course, and that's just around the corner. That's not far down the street. So, it is difficult for industrial and residential to coexist. And that has been something that's been on my mind since the early days of being on the city council, is that we have warehouses that are built right next to homes. So that, I hope, is something we've gotten away from. I'd like to address what Councilmember Ford brought up regarding air monitoring. The county has a program called Love My Air, and there is an air monitor at Alsop Elementary. The only reason I know that is because as you were speaking, Councilmember Ford, I went to my Love My Air app and looked it up for you. So right now, the air quality is pretty good, but there's been quite a breeze out there today, of course, too. So I think meeting with businesses, reducing the speed limit further, and I think it was Councilmember Chacon who brought up the idea of the white poles that Denver has, and of course, those are making lanes for bicycles and so forth, and that maybe we need to do that. Over by Landmark Academy, where we had a lot of difficulty with cars, there is no way anybody is going fast in that area, because when you have cars parked on both sides of the street, there's only one lane available and people drive very slowly around that area because of the narrow roads. So if we could narrow potentially 68th, maybe that would be of help. I'm thinking that right now, are we still searching for a Public Works Director?
So before we go that, and we have not gone out, and I guess I'm trying to understand what that question is pertaining to, ma'am, about a public works director.
Oh, Public Works Director would have to do with things like white poles in roads and so forth. I
Yes.
was talking to our former Public Works Director about reducing the speed limit when we met, and he had thought that was a great idea. And then, of course, unfortunately, he departed over the holidays, so we didn't get to continue that conversation.
So a lot of great things that you raised there. And I don't know if, I don't want to interrupt if you've got more questions that I can then, or points that I can then
Yeah,
respond to.
the Public Works Director, the Traffic Engineer, and the City Engineer, have all three of those positions been filled?
They have not, and we are currently looking into those roles, but we have very competent individuals with expertise that have been able to still guide our various activities. But to some of your other points, ma'am, you asked me, what else is there to do? I actually think we have been effective with what we've been able to put forward. Whether each individual who is impacted by that agrees with us is in the eye of the beholder. But I think with the comprehensive approach between two departments, as well as a significant funding investment that we have placed since 2021, we have seen positive changes within Adams Heights. Could we look at, increasing fines? Absolutely, that will help. Could we look at also increasing more officers? Yes, that will help, which we already have, but officers don't hit the ground running until 16 months after they hit our door. Additionally, thinking about expansion of flock, will that help? Yes. There's not a cure-all for these issues that have been raised. We are attempting and have, like I said, made strides that have and will continue to benefit the broader community. With changing speed limits, we have what is the Safety Action Plan, as you're aware, and we are currently working through that so that it could be adopted by the end of this year with all hope, and that is our aggressive goal. The SAP will guide, based off of data, based off of other analytics feeding in, on what speed limits should be in and around our city. So while yes, you all can entertain having a conversation around wanting to reduce speed limits, we're already going through that process as part of the Safety Action Plan. So I would say it would be best to see what that shakes out to inform what you all as council would then want to do, because that is going to be that data set that will help to provide both an operational understanding, but also potentially a policy one. Speaking with the businesses. From an economic development standpoint, I hear what you're saying, ma'am. I don't know if I'm necessarily enthralled with that, because what we're talking here about concerns with respect to meeting our regulations and complying with our regulations, and where we have in the past seen the most beneficial turnaround has been engaging with the Colorado Motor Vehicles Association and working through their constituent list and working with them to gain access, whether it be through a combination of PD, PW, so that they can understand the aspect of our truck routes and the responsibilities and potential consequences of not complying with that. We have had that usual turnaround of positive note. I would say we should possibly look at re-engaging. Is something I've talked with the police chief about, reaching back out to the CMCBA, as well as being able to kind of go door to door with not just the businesses within the city, but we also have businesses that rely on those businesses that are outside, but come to that corridor that we also need to engage in, that is also causing some of those issues and concern. So that would be what that's the direction I would give to my staff coming out of this discussion.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I really appreciate how this is detailed. All the work that's been involved since 2021, very extensive reporting, and there has been a lot going on. And the way things are, the way the world moves, I don't think ever be 100%. But I appreciate the effort going forward that we're going to try to put things in place to actually dot the I's and cross the T's And some of the things that I brought up earlier, that's, speaking with Suncor, they said that they wouldn't mind at all supplying the asphalt if CDOT would like to patch those roads up sooner than later. And then we have the study of what the city has done. I wonder, what has the county and the CDOT done in this area in the same time frame as Commerce City's effort has? I mean, I'm sure it's something I could ask for later, but, you know, that way we're not, you know, we're taking care of what we need to, but then again, things are getting worse in their areas, so. And where were we at with the takeover as far as the evolution of the road?
I'm lost, sir. Can you repeat that?
So where are we at with taking over the county road and the state road?
Devolution right now has not moved forward. Once again, they are focusing on 224 on a number of different aspects. 224 would potentially be the next road of devolution once they have made their improvements. That's a conversation I can have to get an update on where they stand with that. And that obviously would be turned over to the city. And then obviously they would then reassess what, you know, as you know, we have 74th Avenue, 104th, and Brighton Boulevard being the key aspects. And obviously we've got the Big Kahuna with 85-6 that then connects up into 76. Obviously there's been no discussions about 85-6, but the three I previously mentioned have all been on the table. And they are, like I said, focusing primarily now on 74th, how it connects over into Westminster, just because it's more of a regional roadway in nature. Once again, we'll get some information as it pertains to that. If there is a desire to understand what the county and the state have done for improvements along that same stretch, I don't think that's a hard request for us to reach out and to get. It's whether or not they will provide that information to us in a manner and sense that we can turn around timely to you all. So, you know, just setting expectations there. And you had one more point in there, Mayor, I don't want to lose sight of that you first made mention of.
Oh, that was Suncor and asphalt.
Yeah, I think you've heard me in the past. Suncor obviously would love to have a conversation with you all at some point in time about community investment, partnerships, both on how it wants to improve its facilities, but also, you know, we have in past, Kurt Holland being one, we have scholarships from Parks, Rec, and Golf. With that, how do you broaden that? And I think that's a question about engagement with Suncor and how to engage with Suncor so that there is a fruitful and healthy debate that can see where that leads. And, you know, we at the staff have had that conversation with them, but that is something that I think the invitation and how that invitation is made to them, I think is the piece that they are still looking for.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Dare, did you have another question?
Not so much a question, just a comment. You know, I think a lot of times we have short-term memory when it comes to a lot of these things, and you know, it's a lot of what have you done for me lately? And you know, hearing Mayor Pro Tem bring up some ideas about lane striping and talking to the business around the area, those have all been done. You know, you only went back to 2021, but prior to that, 68th was restriped. Made narrower, try to bring safety through striping and lighting. And prior to the speed bumps being in place, it's about, you know, almost a quarter mile straight shot. So it was a perfect raceway for people. And, you know, people got up to 80 miles an hour. They would literally race through residential roads there. So the speed bumps helped a lot. To bring that down. We also talked to the businesses, and we were targeted in that approach in the trucks that we saw using the neighborhood as a shortcut. You know, I won't name companies, but they, for the most part, have stayed to the truck routes and avoided that, the companies that we talked to. Of course, you have some companies that have trucks that come in from all over that aren't local or part of that company. So, some of those still violate the rules, but, we've updated all the signage to let the trucks know that that's not an acceptable route. The work that's being done on Colorado Boulevard is amazing, and thank you for that. Finally have sidewalks that connect us to the light rail station so we can have access to that transit that's already in our neighborhood. Having light poles, just some of these basic things that we didn't have, and the striping that came along with Colorado Boulevard to increase safety, having more stop signs along that route. So, things have gotten better. Some things have gotten worse, and I don't know if that's, just the times, right? The ATVs and mini bikes and those things, they kind of go through ebbs and flows of popularity. And so that seems to be something that has come more in the past 2 to 3 years, where it seems like every kid got one for Christmas one year, and they're tearing through the neighborhood and tearing up our parks and schools, and just not having the education of what these things are meant to be used for and how to use them responsibly, right? I mean, we grew up with them, and we tried to find an empty field somewhere that wasn't hurting anybody, and would go right in there and try to be respectful of our community and in our neighborhood, right? That's something that I don't think we can control as a city without having buy-in from the community. And I think that's one piece that we can still work on, is getting that sense of community back to where we're taking care of our community, right? I mean, all you got to do is drive through the neighborhood, look at the lawns, look at people parking on them and not maintaining them. There's that sense of pride has left our community that, we used to have. We never had much there, but, we had pride in what we did have. And so if we can get that back, I think that would go a long ways. That is something you can't just, build with infrastructure or investing into streets and sidewalks. It's really that sense of community that we're lacking, that we need to bring back.
Mayor, if I may, there are 2 points I do want to bring up that I think the community should be aware of. You all received an email from me last week in which I had requested of the county manager to open an investigation against Brandon Sand and Gravel about its operations as it pertains to its approvals. I've yet to hear back, but I'm anticipating that, I'll have a sit down with my colleague to see how and where that goes. There is another use within Colorado Boulevard that we are currently working with the property owner for a significant cleanup, and they're making improvements to that, which should also, in some effect, have a positive turnaround on truck traffic, but also community appearance. So these things are happening on the day-to-day that the community may not be aware of, but it's going to lead, hopefully these small steps lead to some substantial wins if we've been able to justify our position based off of our interpretation for at least Brandon Sand, but then for this other organization, compliance with our regulations rules as they are within the city. So I did want the community who is in the room to understand and know that we are working on a number of different fronts.
Thank you. Appreciate that update. Councilmember Kim.
I won't be long because everyone here on this dais has said everything that I would want to say, but so just 2 actionable items that I would be in support of that I think during the administrative business I'd like to bring up, unless Councilmember Ford will later on. One is regarding a support letter to the state signed by the mayor to essentially enforce them to do our basically try to provide support to fix the roads. Essentially, I don't know what that letter would look like. The other one too is potentially during a study session in the future to look at our current fines to potentially, for potential increase in fines. But that's something I think that we could definitely look at a study session to discuss. But again, those are two things I was thinking about based off of this very productive conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I appreciate everybody's robust conversation on this, and let's go to the next item. Next item, oil and gas monthly update. I'll invite Jim Tolbert, Assistant City Manager, forward to introduce this item. Or introduce staff, sorry.
I don't want to scare y'all and have y'all think I'm doing the update. Libby is going to do that. I just wanted to take a minute and introduce to you Melody Mascarenas, who is our new Sustainability Manager, who is on day 6 now. She doesn't have a role tonight. We're not going to throw out here to do that, but I just wanted you to, so if you see her around, you know who she is. Melody comes to us from, most recently with CDPHE, and then a number of years with Tri-County Health. And one of the things she worked on with Tri-County Health was the cleanup of the arsenal and working on that. So she knows Commerce City has experience here, and we're thrilled to have her. So just wanted to introduce her, and so you put a name with a face if you saw her.
Thank you and welcome.
Nice to meet y'all.
Good evening, Council. My name is Libby Tart, and I'm the Senior Environmental Planner for the E3 Division, and I'll be giving you our brief oil and gas update tonight. So currently, there are no active applications for oil and gas in Commerce City, but we did want to provide one update, just that the city had received an oil and gas notification from Chevron, who have 3 older plugged and abandoned well sites located along the E470 corridor. And they approached the E3 division about replugging these plugged and abandoned wells because they were plugged and abandoned quite some time ago, and they would like to bring them into conformance with the current statewide legislation. So we're continuing to have conversations with them. We just held a conversation, and the Adams County Oil and Gas Administrator attended that, and that was on Friday. So we will continue to update all of you on the council about this at our next March update. One of the Adams County Oil and Gas updates for this month is just that we received a notification around E470 and 104th about a site in unincorporated Adams County, and they are just performing some oil and gas maintenance at an existing well site. But we received that notice because of the proximity to Commerce City's boundaries, as you can see on the map. In terms of Suncor exceedances, there were 3 that were noted for the time period between mid-November to mid-December, and they are up on your screen. And that concludes my presentation this evening, and we're available for any questions that you might have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council members have questions? All right, thank you very much.
It looks like.
Councilmember Chacon, sorry about that. Thank you.
No worries, thank you. Just wondering if there's any issues with water in the exceedances for cumulative impacts to cite that Bill 1338 to report from all water and air quality. And then I know that there's been regulations for the AQCC for landfill methane and landfill gases. I know this isn't really for oil and gas, but since it's more of an E3 thing, are you guys monitoring that regulation?
I will look into both of those matters further, Councilwoman Chacon. But as far as these exceedances, they were There was one wastewater piece that's at the top of your screen that involved a vacuum truck and some impacted soil, but it was due to a wastewater solid.
Oh my, thank you.
Okay.
And yes, any way I could help, just even give you info for that regulation as well. I just feel it pertains so closely with landfill gases here.
Thank you so much. We will look into it further. Thank you.
Grateful for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tart. Appreciate your presentation. Okay, up next is consent agenda. Consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion to vote. Any council member may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion and separate vote. Tonight, there are 22 items in consent agenda. Do any council members wish to remove any items? I have one. It is Resolution 2025-028, the last one, which is a resolution awarding contract for partial reimbursement of costs related to intersection improvements at 104th Avenue and Black Hawk Street to Potomac Investor LLC. Okay, seeing I'm the only one. I need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter?
Second the motion.
Okay. All right. Will the city clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the January 6, 2025 regular meeting, ordinance 2656, an ordinance amending sections 215200, 215239.5, and 2111200 of the Land Development Code pertaining to the regulation of natural medicine healing centers and natural medicine cultivation, manufacture, and testing facilities. Ordinance 2657, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of Burn State Crisis Intervention Program grant funds in the amount of $208,400 for a co-response program in Commerce City Police Department. Ordinance 2658, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Federal Railroad Administration funds in the amount of $9,589,000 for the Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvement Grant Program and authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2659, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Adams County Open Space Grant for Parks, Recreation, and Golf PRG improvements in the amount of $1,389,000 and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2662, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant JAG Program grant funds in the amount of $28,395 and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2664, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by transferring $172,000 of unencumbered fund balance from the general fund to the capital expenditures fund for use on contract management and sourcing software and authorizing the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2667, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City by revising multiple interfund transfers of American Rescue Plan Act funding and appropriating and authorizing the expenditure thereof. Ordinance AN 255-2224, an ordinance annexing the property generally located at 8581 Rosemary Street to the City of Commerce City, Colorado, in case AN 255-2224, known as the Carbajal Auto Annexation. Ordinance Z 959-1924, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by zoning the property annexed as the Carbajal Auto Annexation from Adams County Agricultural 1 District to Regional Commercial District C3. Resolution 2025-003, a resolution authorizing award of contract for Fairfax Park Playground. Resolution 2025-004, resolution awarding contract for Human Resource Information System software licenses and support to GovernmentJobs.com, Inc., DBA NeoGov. Resolution 2025-005, a resolution authorizing execution of grant agreement by and between the City of Commerce City and Adams County regarding funding for Eagle Point Pool Replaster Project Resolution 2025-006, a resolution authorizing execution of grant agreement by and between the City of Commerce City and Adams County regarding funding for Pioneer Park Irrigation System Replacement Project. Resolution 2025-007, a resolution authorizing execution of grant agreement by and between the City of Commerce City and Adams County regarding funding for a story walk at Monaco Park. Resolution 2025-008, a resolution approving the First Amendment to Professional Services Agreement for the Transportation Master Plan. Resolution 2025-010, a resolution authorizing award of a contract for drone hardware, software, implementation services, and support to Paladin Drones, Inc. Resolution 2025-011, a resolution awarding contract to Tyler Technologies for the purchase and use of Brazos e-ticketing software and related services. Resolution 2025-012, a resolution authorizing agreement with Beacon Communications LLC for the maintenance and service of the City of Commerce City's audiovisual equipment. Resolution 2025-018, a resolution authorizing renewal of Tyler Technologies Enterprise Agreement for the purchase and use of Tyler New World Technology software. Resolution 2025-024, a resolution authorizing award of a contract for Buffalo Run Irrigation Well. Your vote is open. And Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passed unanimously, 9 yeses, sorry. All right, on to the resolution I pulled, which is Resolution 2025-028, resolution authorizing award of contract for partial reimbursement of costs related to the intersection improvements at 104th Avenue and Blackhawk Street to Potomac Investors LLC. And the question I have is said $600,000. It says partial. So what amount are they going to be reimbursed for? To Potomac Investors LLC.
Good evening, Mayor Jeff Brazel, Community Development Director. So the $600,000 that we'll be reimbursing is money we collected from another developer for these intersection improvements. So the remainder of the project cost will be borne by the developer of the Commons and 104th Avenue or 104th Avenue development. So no funds will be from the city will be provided in this.
Okay. So, but reimbursement, now I thought Elderly or Eberly was
Yeah.
supposed to help with the construction. What's their portion? So you're saying another?
The Eberly Place portion is $600,000 towards the signal contribution
Okay,
part of
so-
the intersection
So
improvements.
who's getting the reimbursement of that 600,000?
The developer of 104th and Commons development is getting the money from the city. So as part of that other development, the Commons development, they're required to reconstruct that intersection to make it a full movement intersection. And so the city collected the $600,000 from the Eberly Place development a few years back in order to contribute to this intersection. So all of the cost will be borne by the development community. And in this case, since the Commons at 104th developer is doing the construction of the improvements at the intersection, the city will be providing that $600,000 that we collected from Eberly Place to as a contribution to those improvements.
Okay, so it's actually just going forward. They're not getting reimbursed. The money is going forward to the project, correct?
That is correct. And the city's term is a reimbursement agreement.
All right, it just makes it seem like we're going to reimburse them back their money, but this is actually supporting the project in whole.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
All right, thank you for that clarification, because it was kind of, I really didn't understand it at first, so, thank you. All right, that's all. So, anybody else would like to make a comment or so after? Okay, ready for the vote?
Mayor, you need a motion and a second
Oh,
first.
sorry. I need a motion to approve Resolution 2025-028. Councilmember Dukes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve resolutions 2025-0 or -028.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I'll second that.
All right. Okay, the motion has been made to approve the resolution for authorizing award for contract for partial reimbursement costs related to intersection improvements at 104th Avenue, Blackhawk Street for Potomac Investors LLC.
Resolution 2025-028, a resolution authorizing award of a contract for partial reimbursement of costs related to the intersection improvements at East 104th Avenue and Black Hawk Street to Potomac Investors LLC. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passed unanimously, 9 yeses. All right. On to resolutions. Resolution 2025-001, construction for median on Highway 2 IGA. I will invite Jenna Hahn, Intern Director of Public Works, to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. So this resolution is pretty straightforward. It approves an intergovernmental agreement for us to receive $2.1 million from CDOT to help fund the Highway 2 median installation program that we discussed in study session in 2024. So this simply allows us to enter into the agreement and accept those funds. There is a 10% match required by the city, but we do have that budgeted already in our existing Highway 2 account. So I'm certainly happy to answer any questions that you all may have. Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes, do you have a question?
No question.
Okay.
I'd just like to make, I would like to make a motion to approve Resolution 2025-009.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I'll second that. And I did want to make a comment that it will be so wonderful to have Highway 2 feel safer. That is a fast road, and to have us driving by each other so closely, it has been very spooky. So having a median will be wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Any other council members? Any discussion? Yes, I appreciate this coming forward in a timely manner. And hopefully we can work from 112th going north up to Staple, our portion at least up to the bridge, because it's very dangerous, that curve. And we have, I think it's house builders. They turn into that lot that is on the east side of Highway 2. And the people who are going southbound really aren't paying attention at that curve. And I'm surprised we haven't had as many accidents so far as we have. So, but this is, this will
Yeah,
make
this
a-
is absolutely a start. We'll start with the segment 4 that City Council had prioritized in our initial study session, and we'll work to get additional funding so we can address the rest of the roadway as well.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to adopt Resolution 2025-009. We'll ask the city clerk to take a roll call vote.
Resolution 2025-009, a resolution authorizing execution of an intergovernmental agreement by and between the City of Commerce City and the Colorado Department of Transportation, CDOT, regarding construction of medians on Highway 2 between East 72nd Avenue and East 112th Avenue. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passed unanimously, 9 yeses. All right, on to the next one. Resolution 2024-108, construction of 88th Avenue contract. This resolution was continued from December 16, 2024. Do any council members have questions for staff? Is there a presentation or just an update? Okay. Any council members have questions for staff? All right, seeing none, I need a motion and a second to approve it. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Ford? Okay, any discussions? Seeing none, the motion on the floor to adopt Resolution 2024-08. We'll ask the clerk to read the title, take a roll call vote, please.
Resolution 2024-108, a resolution authorizing award of a contract for construction of East 88th Avenue, Segment A to Hudic Excavating Incorporated, DBA HEI Civil. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote? Oop, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Your vote is open now. Thank you, Councilmember Chacon.
You're welcome.
Councilmembers Douglas, Ford, and Teeter. I'm sorry, I think I closed the vote while you all were voting. You'll have to vote again. Councilmember Teeter. Thank you. Apologies.
All right, that passes 9 yeses unanimously. All right, on to administrative council business. Councilmember Kim. Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've got 4 that I'd like to bring up. So first and foremost is regarding, obviously, earlier today, earlier Mr. Rogers had discussed the some of the things that were going on, especially within 68th and Albion area. So first and foremost, I'd like to make a motion directing the city manager to prepare a letter for the mayor's signature addressed to CDOT, requesting that CDOT consider entering an intergovernmental agreement with the city to address the need to maintain potholes in the city.
Okay. Councilmember Ford.
I'll second that.
All right. Any discussion? Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you for bringing it up. I would like if there's a friendly amendment to not only have the letter to CDOT, but also provide a letter to our commissioners at Adams County, so that we are all on the same page about the urgency of having, in addition, a friendly amendment to add that same letter of urgency.
I will accept that. Councilmember Chacon. Councilmember Chacon?
Forgive me, I have my hand up just for administrative business.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right, is the motion maker okay with that? I'm okay with it. I will accept that as a friendly amendment. Councilmember Ford, you okay with that?
I am okay with that, but I do have another after we're done with this.
Okay. All right, we'll take a vote on that. Councilmember Douglas, did you have a? It's not on there, so. Does you have something?
Thank you. So I just wanted to remind everybody that we did discuss this a while back, and we had directed the staff to set up a meeting where the mayor would be involved and everyone would get together and they would take a tour of the area. But that didn't happen. And so I would like, moving forward, that not only is a letter given, but action is taken on it. So many times we think we're doing enough, and we're not. And that was evident earlier in the evening when Ms. Valdez was talking about her fence. And then during the discussion on 68th and Albion, it was brought to our attention that the city had made an effort in reaching out to her. But the point is, there was no resolve on it. And so I can validate the residents' frustrations a lot of times. Because if there is no resolve, everything that we're doing is just talk. And so I wanted to bring that up, the fact that we had addressed this earlier. We had directed a tour to be set up, and so that you could go see things face to face, actually look at the issue and visualize and really come up with solutions. So I like the idea of the letter, but after that, let's follow through and let's start getting resolve.
Point of information, Mayor.
Yes. What do you?
Point of information regarding the fence and the comment made by the public comment, specifically Jackie Valdez and City Manager Rogers' comment. My understanding that from what I heard you say, City Manager Rogers, that there was an effort to reach out and the information you didn't get back. Or can you explain that process, why there wasn't a result?
Yeah, I'll be a little bit more straightforward. So we made contact. We presented the path forward. We made multiple contacts. and that individual did not take us up on that opportunity. At the end of the day, I can't force somebody to enter into something if they're not willing to do so.
Was that on the part of the perpetrator who hit the fence?
No, that was on our part trying to help resolve an issue in which is really a civil matter.
Right, right. But the fact is, it's still in the same conditions. So to me, there's reason for frustration. And yes, it was a civil matter, but you know, it was due to the fact that there are issues in the area.
Point of information, Mayor. Regarding this situation, can you explain?
Sir, I was.
Sorry, I put out a point of
Excuse me.
information according to Bob's rules. I have the floor.
Councilmember Dukes, please explain what you're
Yes.
pointing at.
The point of information is that the information that we heard from, can you explain it again, City Manager Rogers, in terms of the process, not the perpetrator, but what you said that Jackie Valdez had an issue with the fence, you provided opportunity for support the issue with the fence to replace it. The comment made earlier tonight was that there was no effort to help them replace or repair the fence. Is that true or not, or from your experience in the process?
That is not true. When Ms. Valdez first came to us in regards to her fence, our Deputy Chief Sadar, made contact or worked with our prosecuting attorney to work with the court system to be able for her to file and submit paperwork that would allow for her fence to be fixed. Once that offer was made, we were not re-engaged on that offer to her.
Councilmember Douglas, you can continue.
Just that my point is that we need to follow through a little bit more, and because of the fact that we had agreed that there would be a tour, that the mayor would be involved, and we had identified who would be invited to this, and it didn't happen. I'm just saying that the letter's great, but let's follow through. I was just using the example of the fence not being resolved as a way of explaining what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And that sometimes we have to validate our residents' frustrations, and sometimes we have to go above and beyond. And that was my only point in bringing this up.
Thank you.
Mayor,
I am finished.
Mayor, if I may, for a point of context, I don't disagree with Councilmember Douglas as it relates to there were stages in which we need to kind of matriculate this matter forward. I would say just with us being able to get to stage one of getting the information to understand how CDOT evaluated its roads and context and the issues that we are now even trying to map into our system, see how that overlays, that took 6 to 8 months. So we're not, the request to meet amongst, above the staff level to the board members for CDOT to come together with the mayor and you all as council and obviously with county commissioners is still in the next step. We haven't gotten there with them yet to understand whether or not there's a level of participation, and that's where we're coming into Q4 with that. So it's not lost on us about those additional steps. We can't force others to operate at the same level and speed. Once again, the data that we've gotten from them is just a recognition of that. But we continue to work based on that direction that was given on July 1st or 15th of last year.
And I appreciate that. And please know that my comments were not meant as condemnation or ridicule or anything like that. It was just an opportunity to say, let's really follow through on this and make sure that the issue is resolved. And that was my point. Thank you. I appreciate your comments.
Any other discussions? Councilmember Kim?
Yeah, just a quick question for city manager. Sir, I remember, I think there were some conversations about some video footage or whatever that we were supposed to, you guys were supposed to receive from Ms. Valdez. Has that happened?
To my knowledge is no. We have offered our crime analyst technicians to actually go to Ms. Valdez's house and actually download from her system to assist with her. That was rebuffed, given that she had a family member that would be able to do it on her behalf.
How long ago was this?
That was 4 to 5 months ago.
So we've pretty much gone above, that's pretty much going above and beyond, in my opinion, having to go to her house and a crime technician person to help out with that aspect. I don't know how much more we can do as far as from my standpoint. I don't know, and I appreciate Ms. Valdez coming in here and actually discussing her frustrations and all that, but at some point, where do we just say, listen, we can only do what we can do up to this point? I think that's my problem is you can't help someone who's not willing to help themselves. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion before we vote on the motion? Okay, the motion is to have a letter written up to CDOT and to Adams County, and for me as the mayor to sign that. And then Councilmember Dukes has an additional request. What was your friendly amendment? Go ahead.
Friendly amendment to send a letter similar in nature to our county commissioners so they can help in the effort.
Okay. All right. We're ready.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, it passed unanimously, 9 yeses. Councilmember Kim, you said you had 3 more?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. Second part of that too, were based on earlier discussion today, was regarding, I would request a motion for us to discuss potential increases in fines at a future study session determined by the city manager, when we can actually do that.
So your motion on the floor is to have a study session around increasing of our fees
Yes.
across the board?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's a motion. City Attorney.
Yes, I just want to clarify something. So just to be clear, council has discretion on creating the maximum fine, right? But the municipal judge has discretion on creating a fine schedule. My understanding in speaking with the judge 2 weeks ago is that he has been working on revising that fine schedule. That fine schedule per state statute does not need to come before this body because you've established the maximum penalty. So just want to clarify that for you. If you would like, I can certainly reach out to the judge and let him know that this was a topic of discussion this evening, and have him reach out to you and explain his thought process behind his setting of that schedule.
Councilmember Kim?
Yeah, I'm okay with that then. If that is going to be the case, then there's really no reason to make a motion in that department.
Okay. All right.
So I'll just move on to the next one. Promise I'll be done. So I was thinking about this too, and obviously discussion earlier today regarding around the March 10th agenda, having to cancel that one and a few other things too. So I want to discuss how council's agendas are set. Specifically, Council Policy 2 states that the city manager or his designee is responsible for setting the council agenda for city council meetings. Additionally, it states that the mayor and council may provide input on issues, timelines, and importance of items in order to control lengthy meetings, basically become a little bit more efficient. So what I'm looking at is I want to establish a process for all of council to provide input for the number one, transparency, but also setting of the agenda so that each of us has an equal opportunity to do so. And so the city manager doesn't receive conflicting input by council. Therefore, there's going to be 2 motions I'd like to make. And I'll do them separately, but I just want to give you guys an overview as far as what those two motions are. First one is to direct the city manager to draft a resolution to revise council policy to remove the following language where it says, quote, mayor and council may provide input on issues, timelines, and importance of items in order to control lengthy meetings, end quote. And then once that one goes through, the second one is to make a motion. It's a second motion directing the city attorney to draft a resolution to revise council policy to add language clarifying that the city manager will, to the extent, to the extent reasonably practicable, provide an overview of an upcoming agenda in a council study session 30 days prior to the scheduled council meeting to allow council the opportunity to provide input before the agenda is finalized. I know it would be best to make these separate motions, and I will do so. So just want to quickly summarize. The first is to remove that language as mentioned, but the second is to revise it by adding the language mentioned earlier. The reason for the second motion is based on the conversation council had surrounding the topic of wanting more transparency during Mr. Rogers' performance evaluation. During that time, I know we talked about it, but there was no actual formal action that was that came out of it. So this would fulfill that request. So just to restate my first motion, this motion is to direct the city attorney to draft a resolution to revise Council Policy 2 to remove the following language, and I quote, mayor and council may provide input on issues, timelines, and importance of items in order to control lengthy meetings, end quote. Once this motion has been voted on, I'll have to make one more.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
What prompts your motion, Councilmember Kim?
So just based on the fact that I think there's, in my opinion, and of course, just looking at, when you look at the council agenda and you see what items that we've discussed during, what items are actually on the agenda itself for future regular meetings, that seems to be changing. In addition to that, I think, there may be some potential conflicting reports as to what is added to an agenda versus what's removed from the agenda or what's moved around from the agenda. So honestly, I just want to put a level playing field to where everyone has that opportunity to be able to provide that input. But we do that during a study session so that everyone is there, everyone can provide the input, and so that we're not, so essentially it's basically not conflicting each other's inputs, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, let me respond to that. When the city council held a meeting that was ostensibly about efficiency, it was determined that the mayor would help, right? So that's where we were. That's what everybody agreed to. It was something we signed. Nothing happens in the meeting that you would find the least bit offensive. It is, this is going to be something that will probably draw attention of the public.
Mayor Pro Tem, can I
Yeah.
need to get a second on that motion?
Oh,
before I
sorry, sure.
continue?
I'm not a second.
Okay. Councilmember Dukes?
Second.
Okay. All right, can we continue?
Okay, I'm losing time by having that mixed around, City Clerk. That the city manager and the city attorney are both in the meeting. Nothing is removed from the agenda that it's the city manager's agenda. Nothing is removed from the agenda. If the city manager has it on there, it's on the city manager's agenda, period. The difference is that we simply give input on whether some of these issues may be more controversial, and that there will be people who will be coming to the meeting potentially. And so instead of 45 minutes for this one, How about an hour? That's the extent of it. That is the extent of it. There is, in my experience working in another city, the mayor has always had input on the agenda, so I won't be supporting this. I think the council policy has served Commerce City well ever since it's existed. I'm not sure where the controversies are arising now. It only seems to be arising with this city council, but they have worked fine previously, so I won't be supporting the motion, though.
I just want to state that I think there's a misunderstanding here. When we had this efficiency meeting, and out of that came about myself, as everybody agreed to work with city manager on looking at ways to make sure that meetings are efficient, and that, just as Mayor Pro Tem stated, which ones, based on the topic, would take more time. That's it. And then things haven't gotten better. I can say with the consent agenda, the items that are put on there and how they're laid out. And so that's why you see tonight's meeting being short and the one for March 3rd. So there is no taking anything off or giving anybody priority. But if you want to go through with this, you would put us back in the same spot. I spent a lot of time, of my personal time, with the city manager, city attorney, and the other staff, trying to make sure our agendas are going to be well laid out so we don't have those 11:30, 11:15 meetings. So I'm not going to be supportive of this. I mean, this is my time. This is what I was asked to do. I appreciate that, so I'm making the time for it.
Okay.
Councilmember Ford. Okay. Councilmember Kim.
Yeah, so one of the things I do recall, right, during the actual retreat we had, right, we talked about 3 different topics: the time, consistency, and also civility. We'd also talked about, yes, you're right, input from mayor on the agenda was added in there. But we also said that we'd also, public hearing limits would be needed. We also said, which was been done, chances to speak the second time around, fair and equal with each other. That was also discussed. We also talked about treating with each other with respect. Now, granted, I'll be honest, I'm a hypocrite in that all through and through, and I'll be the first one to say that altogether. We've also talked about being efficient as well, right? As far as also talking to each other. I mean, there's so many different things on here that we did talk about with outcomes that we would do. But honestly, it's some of it has been done, while some of it hasn't been done. But so in addition to that, I'll say that, I get where both the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem are coming from. But I also believe that we need to, if we have the city manager, if we request for the city manager, provide it during a study session 30 days before the actual regular meeting, it gives all of us the opportunity just to look at that schedule, determine, hey, whether this should, maybe we want to take this off, or maybe we want to move this around or whatever before it's finalized, and then be able to move forward. So that is part of the second motion that I would request that would give us that ability.
Okay, to that, that's why tonight, if you saw the agenda, council report, it says review of work schedule. So that's already been embedded. That's going to be 30 days out. So those things are already set. So all we're doing is rehashing something that was already approved. So let you know, that is part of the agenda tonight.
Okay, well, then it shouldn't be a problem then that we actually vote on it then at this point.
Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, I cannot be in support of this as well, because to me, we should all be working together as a team. The policies has been working for a very long time. I don't see why tonight, particularly brought it up as being an issue. So I look that we collaborate more and work together to make this city the city that it can be. And I have this vision of how we can turn the city around from being the brunt of everybody's joke to the city that everybody looks to. And we can only do that by working together. So I cannot be in support of this, although I have a feeling that somehow it's going to pass.
Councilmember Chacon?
I don't know if I've just had other professions that have taken me so late or worked so many days, but I feel that this is unnecessary, and I will not be in support of this. And the reason I say that is, have you ever been a teacher where you work nights in that way? Our community, there are some things you just don't get paid for, and you don't also get the recognition for, but that extra work is that protection and representation that we talk so much about. And when we ask for actionable steps, sometimes it is those late nights. I've had whole curriculums where I was up at 2:30 in the morning, and that was several nights, and policy making at that too. So I can't be in support of this because I believe that our job is also to stay to get the job done. And I don't actually think it's been unreasonable that we can't stay a few nights in our privilege.
Thank you. Councilmember Dara?
I'll be supporting, the way I see it is this does two things, right? It makes it fair across the board that everyone gets input on the agendas, right? We're a council of 9. And, instead of making it an review the agenda, we review the agenda, and it'll help with the discipline, right? If we look and improve these agendas further in advance and limit the disruptions by throwing random items on the agenda, then it'll make us more efficient. It'll make it so that we're actually moving the city in a direction that the majority of council is looking to move the city. And at the end of the day, I see it as an amendment, right? We did have the efficiency retreat. We've had several retreats. And, we gave it a try. And, this looks like it's an adjustment to try to make it better. So I'll be supportive.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much, Mayor Douglas. Councilmember Madera, could you please address what you meant by random items being added to the agenda? What specifically do you think has been added randomly by a council member or by the mayor? I hate to see that kind of charge laid out there publicly without having evidence of something like that.
It's called notice council business. There's always something every meeting, right, that for better or worse could be have noticed a week in advance or 2 weeks in advance without any input from the rest of council, right? Because it only takes 2, which is the minority if I'm not mistaken. And so those are the type of things that if they're not consistent with the overall goal of the city, can be distractions, can pull resources away from the bigger picture that we're working towards. And
All right,
quite
Mister,
frankly,
I was
it's-
asking the question, so
Well,
I
I'm
just
answering
want
your
to make,
question.
I want to make it clear that there has been nothing added. I'm not certain what the city manager has been saying to anyone, but I will guarantee you, nothing has been added.
Before
Nothing has
you
been added.
make allegations.
Councilmember Dara?
No,
You made your point. Just
no,
let her-
council
please,
policy
please.
states
Councilman
that we
Dara,
will have a
Councilman Dara,
quorum.
I'm going to make this
She made
clear.
allegations against the city manager
Councilman
just
Dara, I'll
now.
make this clear. Council notice business is anybody here could add that on. Okay, that is nothing, okay, that is part of our
Are you
policy,
going to speak to our allegations?
part of the policy, sir. Okay? Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead and finish, please.
Thank you. Nothing has been added. Frankly, I've changed my mind. I'm going to vote for this because I want you all to have a say. I want you all to jump in because I think that that will be a really fascinating experience to watch all 9 of us participate in development of the agenda. I think that's probably a really interesting idea. And thank you very much, Councilmember Kim, for bringing it up, because you have just won me over. I agree. I think that's the most efficient way to handle it. Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple points. One is I'm in favor of transparency. A part of our process already in council policies, we do have a part of the agenda where you ask if we need to move anything off the agenda or move things forward. So this adds to that level of transparency that I think our community would value as well as we would value. I have a logistic question around the language in terms of if we strike that language, and I guess this is for city attorney, if we strike the language that we may provide input, the mayor and the city council provide input, technically we wouldn't be able to provide input when we do a study session. Is that correct?
I would say that is correct.
And so is it possible to have the second motion that Councilmember Kim mentioned around making sure, or requesting that I guess the intent or the heart of it is that we have a transparent conversation 30 days in advance so that we can have input, but ultimately we'll use a regular council business to adjust or move the agenda. So is it better to just approve the second portion of that or get to the intent of the first, or?
So I think the intent of the council policy as it is currently written is to clarify that the mayor and city council have an opportunity to provide input to the city manager in the setting of the agenda. That is pretty clear in the language as it's written. How you do that, right, is up for discussion. If the body is interested in that being at a study session, you could do so. If you want to require that in a revision of the council policy, then you certainly could. Alternatively, the city manager could just establish that with the city clerk and setting the schedule for study sessions. So there would just be a placeholder in study sessions for discussing the agenda. You could do it, I mean, if you want to formalize it, then you could formalize it by way of directing me to revise council policy 2 so that it is now living in a resolution and in CP2.
Okay, and then by directing it, it would be, this is required in a study session for the city manager to review with all council, provide input, but it'll still be up to us during regular council business to make any regular meetings to make any adjustments to the agenda.
So this nuance matters a great deal, right? So the way that council meetings work, you all approve the agenda at the beginning of every council meeting. So to the extent that you wanted to revise the agenda, you would do so the night of. I think the motion that was made by Councilmember Kim was talking specifically about reading of language about input. There is no approval, there's no pre-approval of the agenda. The council approves the agenda the night of. So that process would not change.
Okay, so in this process, if this is approved, the city manager and the clerk will set the agenda. We'll still have it in a study session, but it will be the set agenda because we technically wouldn't be providing input.
I think going back to your fundamental question, the motion that is currently on the floor is to strike one sentence in Council Policy 2, and that sentence is what establishes the mayor and city council an opportunity to provide input on council meetings. So playing that out, if this were to be approved and there wasn't another motion, then there would just not be language in Council Policy 2 to provide input to the city manager on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I want to piggyback and follow up on Councilmember Adair's comment, specifically with the Mayor Pro Tem in terms of a suggestion that the city manager said something. This is a motion that came from Councilmember Kim. It was not a suggestion from the city manager to do this, and I think it's important, Mayor, to address that this was an accusation that was pointed at the city manager when it wasn't the case. And so a part of our policy is to make sure we're not falsely bringing up any accusations against one another. And so I just wanted to follow up. I think that was a point well mentioned, that this wasn't the city manager's agenda. This was a motion from Councilmember Kim.
Anybody, any other discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Councilmember Kim, in response to the city attorney's remarks, would you be willing to make both motions one motion instead of having two separate motions? Consolidate them for efficiency's sake?
Go ahead, Councilmember Kim.
I think you could do that, given that ultimately what you're proposing is a revision to council policy two for both of them. We could fashion that motion as one.
That's fine then. Okay, so I am willing to do that then. Who was the seconder? I'm sorry. Were you?
That's good.
You would be okay with the friendly amendment then, the amendment to that? Okay, so just to restate then, first motion was to direct the city attorney to draft a resolution to revise council policy 2, removing the following language. Mayor and council may provide input on issues, timelines, and importance of items in order to control lengthy meetings. The second part of that would be is to direct the city attorney to draft a resolution to revise council policy 2 to add language clarifying that the city manager will, to the extent reasonably practicable, provide an overview of an upcoming agenda in a council study session 30 days prior to the scheduled council meeting to allow council the opportunity to provide input before the agenda is finalized.
Councilmember Dukes, you second on that? Okay. Discussion? So what you're proposing is taking me out of the picture, working with the city manager 30 days out for efficiency on the agenda, which was previously approved by all the council, and then going to where the full council, because as I said, the work that myself and council, the city manager and Mayor Pro Tem and the city clerk go through the schedule, trying to make it efficient. We are not adding anything at all. And then this comes to regular meetings, so the council as a whole can approve their regular meeting. That's what it is right now. So you're suggesting to take me out of that discussion with the city manager, is that correct?
Let me clarify it again. Mayor, this is, with all due respect, sir, this isn't about taking you or the mayor pro tem specifically out of this process. This is taking everybody out of that process. Well, let me back, not taking everybody out of the process. It is allowing everybody to be part of that process, to provide the input. So if you see it as that this is striking you and Mayor Pro Tem out of it, then fine. I don't know how to change your mind in that, other than stating that what I stated, which was advising for the rest of council to provide the input.
I'm just trying to make it clear from our meeting we had on that Saturday, the efficiency meeting. So am I still meeting with the city manager separate and then bring this forward for the city council to approve?
According to the motions made, no. It would be for all of council to be able to provide input 30 days prior. That is it.
All right.
That is it.
Okay.
One more comment.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yeah. I just wanted to make one more comment and let my fellow council members know that the meeting at 4 o'clock on Monday nights had already been canceled. That isn't held anymore. Thank you.
Okay.
Are we doing the vote, Mayor?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 6-3. Okay, was that it?
That was it. Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes, did you have?
I do, thank you. So thinking about, this is something that's pressing in a timely manner. Del West is looking for a letter of support to receive funding through Proposition 123 funding. this is an opportunity for us as a city to look at attainable housing that we can purchase or people can purchase. So attainable housing that is actually for purchase, not for rent. And I think this is important, especially when you think about our south part of the city, when we have firefighters, teachers, and a lot of families who can't have access or currently don't have access to purchase and buying homes. And so I request a letter of support from the council to support Del West in being able to access 123 funding that is specifically for them to help develop some attainable housing for purchase. And so that's the motion on the floor. I'd like to make a motion to support, to develop, direct the city attorney, or sorry, it's not city attorney, direct the mayor, it's late, sorry. Direct the city manager to draft a letter for us to support Del West in obtaining 123 funding for the purpose of providing housing, developing housing for purchase. Jim.
Okay, that's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Councilmember Teeter, second. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I have a question. City Manager Rogers, is this in competition in any way with the city? Is this something that you as city staff support?
Thank you for that question, Mayor Pro Tem. You catch me at a juxtaposition about where my professional opinion falls on this request by Del West. I think contextually there's history at play about what the intended development makeup was for Mile High Greyhound Park in order to ensure that we would have TIF revenue generated to support development of Parcel A and the institutional use of that. So the balance in the mix of for sale versus for rent versus the amount of commercial that would generate sales tax was on a razor's edge. For some of you all who are here, we had a spreadsheet, and I think this context matters, so bear with me. We had a spreadsheet that outlined from our owner's rep, Regent LLC, that was looking at the mix of housing, the mix of commercial at the time, back in 2021, what the estimated revenue generation outside of debt obligations that we had to repay, restate to whether it was the city, purchase of water rights from NIGID. There was an agreement that was entered into Del West to share up to 4.2 million for D1, which is for market rate housing, which we now know is going to affordable housing. So in that, that mix is very important to the long run impact of being able to pay back obligations, but also to be able to develop the institutional building on Parcel A. So it's not inconsequential shifting from whether it's 10, 15, 20, 30 units that it will have on the URA. Now, my opinion that I just shared with you is outside of what is under the Fair Housing Act, right? Which, you know, my comments have no bearing on whether it's affordable versus attainable and whether or not it's an allowed product. What they want to do is allowed by law, by PUD, and by established practice that we have. This is more, I would say, a conversation for the URA, I would say, about is this something that ultimately, when envisioned, is still in keeping with. City can take action to support, but I think obviously it will have a trickle-down effect on what we could expect at the end of the life cycle of the district in revenue generation. And that's a more direct impact to the URA in meeting its obligations.
So this may be something
Hit your
we
button.
should.
Your button.
Oh, sorry. This may be something we should reserve for a URA meeting?
I believe so. That being said, Del West has reached out to me today as well, and they did apologize for the short notice. And they are looking, and I asked them when was a drop dead date, and they stated to me not even 2 hours ago that they needed a date or a discussion to be held prior to March 3rd because the deadline is rapidly approaching for their submittal. Once again, the URA can differ from the city council, given that the city council is looking at this broad spectrum for what the overall community needs and how we need to be able to meet our 1, 2, 3 targets. That said, it is a different impact and consequence to the URA that should be discussed and evaluated.
And it does seem that that whole area has been challenging for those folks who own homes in the area. And what we're talking about in terms of the intensity that Del West is requesting on that property, is it higher than they had requested previously?
The density? No, ma'am. The density's still within the range of what they wanted to build on Parcel F. Where there's the stark distinction is that they were looking for, so they had a range that they could build and develop within. In order to maximize that range, they sought an adjustment to their PUD, which I believe was acted upon, to make the setbacks shorter, smaller, so that way they would be able to have more units on it, but within the acceptable range that was originally approved.
Councilmember Douglas, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you. I can't believe this is coming to us at the last minute like this. I believe that we approved entering into the 1, 2, 3 proposal so that it would benefit the city and not necessarily a developer. To me, this is double dipping on top of it. They're in a URA, they benefit from that. There have been projects over there that have been administratively approved. I cannot support this. I don't think it's beneficial to the city or the community.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager Rogers, so what I'm understanding, they want to have 120 units. You mentioned a deadline where they'll need a letter of support. Would it be possible to do a follow-up with them and get more information on when they need a letter and the financial impact? Because I'm more than happy to think about amending my motion. However, my big concern is that as a city, we need housing for our residents, that have access for them to actually gain equity so that they can begin to unlock the buying potential that we have across America, right? Across our nation. And so right now, we don't have enough housing within our south part of the city where families can purchase homes, they have opportunities to gain equity. And so I will do whatever we can to give that opportunity for a lot of families. But I do hear the concern about the 1, 2, 3 funding. I think the 1, 2, 3 funding access from us as a city is separate from this request, but I would love to get any details on your end on what's working, what's possible.
So, mind you, this has been, like I said, a rapidly accelerating conversation that I've had with Del West since 6 p.m. So, take this as you will. When they responded to me after my initial kind of outlining of, hey, thank you for submitting the letter, but this letter comes after the posting of an agenda and being able to have this be thoroughly discussed with our council. So your next opportunity would be March 3rd for a regular meeting on this matter, but asking them, is that too late? What they responded to me was the application deadline is February 10th, so next Monday. That said, Letters are ultimately optional and and still be provided as a competitive piece to the application thereafter. But they think March 3rd just gets too long in the tooth for them to really get that in and be reviewed thoroughly by the state. So I've been suggested that they could make a request to you all either for February 10th or the 24th as a special meeting, but to direct that email with that letter to you all for a determination to be made to call for a special meeting. The financial analysis, given that we've not had much activity from the residential perspective tied to the spreadsheet, that waterfall, we would have to update it. Difficulty there is that spreadsheet was, while we're in possession of it, it was a work product that was being managed by our owner's representative in Regen. And when we no longer had him and we had no activity, that waterfall would have to be updated by another means. Now, we are working with a consultant on updating the analysis, generally speaking, for Mahe Greyhound Park and for Victory Crossing, just to understand today's market and to understand today's TIF revenue generation. Unlikely, though, that we would have that by this deadline to inform you all from a fiscal impact. And that's where I say I am more leaning is the fiscal impact to the URA and its obligations than the question about, is this right, is this not right from a product type.
Can I ask, actually, can I ask Councilmember Madera? I know you know a lot about the TIF and you've been around for this process. Can I get your thoughts on what potential impact this might be if it's 120 units for sale from your experience, or?
Before, if you're asking a question there,
I have
Okay.
a minute, sir.
go ahead, Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say off the top. I would defer to staff on that.
Okay. What's the matter? I mean, ultimately, I don't want to create more chaos, but I guess principle-driven leadership, we do want to have some opportunities for families to purchase homes and sell.
Councilmember Chacon?
Thank you. I have a quick question. I'm not sure if it's for Councilmember Dukes on the basis of the letter or overall. Attainable doesn't mean affordable housing, does it? Like, is there a certain percentage of affordable housing that they're going to guarantee and those rates won't go up? Like, what does attainable mean in this context?
Councilmember Dukes?
You know, I use the word attainable in the sense of looking at opportunities for them to develop 120 units for sale at Greyhound Park. I'm not going down the discussion around market rate versus not market rate versus affordable versus not affordable. I think the big point is that we want to provide opportunities for families to purchase homes.
I appreciate the intention, but just because we have affordable housing. Like, it's not really guaranteed all the time. And the letter honestly comes too late. They could have been more preemptive in working by their deadline. That, yes, I think this does need to be seen with the level of scrutiny that we need to especially question when it comes to Del West and the URA already.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
I decided not to say what I was going to say.
City Manager Rogers?
So quickly looking at what we had estimated back in 2021. So once again, take this for what it is, right? These numbers would need to, be worked over just a little bit. Generally speaking, we assumed that the TIF generation, as far as revenue, would have been somewhere in around a total of 45 million in revenue generation. Once again, this is looking at this very quickly. As of such, there would have been some additional land sales that would have brought a total estimated TIF revenue generation by the sunsetting of Mahi Greyhound Park to around 53 million. Now that 53 million would obviously have had commitments to various debt schedules for repayment. City loan, for instance, in the amount of 13.5, purchase of NIGID water rights for Mahi Greyhound Park, and a reimbursement of 4.2 towards the construction of market rate apartments on parcel D1. And then whatever would have been a remaining balance would have gone towards potentially supporting additional commercial if necessary, if there was a construction development gap, or being able to put towards the bonding of an institutional use on parcel A. But once again, these are numbers that are being reflected off of a calculation of having no more than 273 total affordable housing units within the entirety of that development.
Is that rentals?
Rental or for sale. I think when we think about, when thinking about, it's all about the tax generation. There's obviously no tax generation, whether you're doing a 4% or a 9% LIHTC deal, low income housing tax credit deal. And or now, that wasn't there at the time, a Prop 123 project, which is very similar in providing real property tax abatement through taking that off of the land basis. So when you go above that 273, obviously there's going to be a TIF revenue generation impact to that.
And just point of information, I used the word attainable. That wasn't in the letter or recommendation. If that's something that's being is a hiccup for the conversation.
I think attainable, I think, allow me to put it this way, Councilmember Dukes. I think it comes back to where it falls under the program. And that program, attainable or not, I think is going to then, and this is obviously then becomes a unique conversation with the county assessor on how they would look at an attainable project that is being subsidized for a certain AMI. No different than what would occur and happen with a CHAFA-related project. But I would suspect that while it may not be 100% reduction in revenues, there could be something still there, even if it's attainable, or if there's a mix of units for some at 120% AMI versus 60% AMI or 40%.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. I feel like we're getting steamrolled here. With them doing this, then that would take off our ability to do something. I mean, you got pluses and minuses here, right? There's only so much money. And the idea was that these were going to be city projects, from what I understood when we agreed to the 123, accepting the 123 money. We were talking about land banking. We were talking about a whole lot of things. And yeah, steamrolling. Thanks.
If I may, to your point, 123 did open some doors for us to be able to think programmatically of what we could do. I think as 123, and I think we've heard from our legislative lobbyists that there's going to be some cleanups to 123, because as they've gone through execution and implementation of the program, I think we initially all thought that there would be partnerships with private development in helping to support the growth of attainable, affordable housing, both in some traditional means of being able to help keep residents in their homes, but also building new units, just not specifically in one area, but across the board of the city. What we are learning is that as projects are being submitted to the state, they are being submitted to the state with or without support of the local government and being acted upon by the governor. The most recent 123 project is within Mile High Greyhound Park that occurred in the Q3 or Q4 of last year, in which the governor chose to grant what used to be approximately 223 market rate units to be 223 affordable units. Once again, it's an allowed use by the zoning because we don't differentiate between affordable and market rate, but it does have a financial impact on revenue generation when that occurred. So some of these things that we are learning and we're trying to navigate as best with the state, as well as with some of our existing developers on how best to apply affordable housing policy and attainable housing policy throughout the city and not concentrating it in one area.
Councilmember Douglas, you done? Okay. City Manager Roger, I had a question. So if it's a LIHTC project, is that tax exempt?
LIHTC, in a complicated way, yes and no. There's still some taxes that are paid. We never realize them in the grand scheme of things. Those who get the tax break are really the investors that are putting the funds up to underwrite the project. And that's either really 4 to 9% is just a way of thinking about it in a very simplistic way, but it's a very complex structure internally when you go through the pro formas. At the end of the day, it's also how you look at the real property tax basis. So in that instance, to ensure that there is no taxable assessment to the property, which we need in order to generate revenue, is when they enter into a special limited partnership with a housing authority, whether that's Commerce City or Adams County or doing business as Maker Housing. Right. That will then determine how the county assessor is going to then apply the assessor's rules from the state code. If someone has for sale housing, but wants to market it at a lower price point that makes it affordable or attainable, it's still being assessed at market rate. They've just created a program of how they're going to lower the cost and then seek about how they recoup that on the back end. It's hard to say with this 123 project whether or not they're going to take that property tax basis and zero it out or keep it at the assessed value of 7.1%, as it comes with any other residential property that we have within the city. Right. That we don't know.
Okay. Yeah, to me, this is risky because we don't have a housing authority now underneath the city, and we still haven't resolved that situation with the housing authority. And what is the amount that they're asking for support? I guess that should be the number one question, is how much money are they asking to dip into the pot? City Manager Rogers, do you know that? Sorry about that, you were talking.
No, sorry, he was giving me some additional information, but please, Mayor, if you don't mind restating it, then
Sure.
I can share what he was sharing.
So
with me.
I guess the important question is, how much are they asking the state to support them?
That's another great question. That's not one that I asked in my conversations earlier today with them. It's something that we can opine on. I will tell you that they've also had some engaging conversations with the Housing Authority on this, and I believe the Housing Authority is providing a letter of support. Just so contextually keep that in mind. So they may have more details that they may be willing to share with us. What Jim was also sharing with me that, and it's been a while since we had a LIHTC project come through, is that LIHTC is primarily to be used for rent and not for sale. So if it's a for sale product, it's fee simple ownership. But once again, I don't know how 123 has taken a divergent turn from LIHTC to where it may be more broadly encompassing of both for sale and for rent. So the LIHTC is just kind of giving you an example of when we did our assessment, it was looking at a project that had a 0 basis point. And F was not being viewed at that time as an attainable or an affordable project.
Okay, originally this is supposed to have been market rate apartments, correct?
Yes, we had 4 phases in Tract F at the time, 96 plus 24 plus 60 and 60. So 120 units were going to be phase 3 and phase 4. And I believe the 120 units that we're talking about is what's the remaining development outside of D1.
Okay. So I thought on that market rate, it's supposed to be like 273 units total?
On market rate units, we had number of market rate rental units, 270.
270.
For single-family detached for sale, we had 30. For single-family duplex, which you see off of 64th Avenue, we had a total of 40. And then townhomes for sale, we had 308.
Okay.
And then we had 50 additional LIHTC 9% units. That's the Empower. So the 223, which is 4% LIHTC, is the landings at the Greyhound, and the 9% rental is the 50 units of the Empower. Everything else was going to have a mix of some market rate rental and for sale.
All right.
Outside of that balance.
Yeah, this is kind of going around the URA, because that's what the URA should have this discussion first, and then the council, based off of what the URA approves, would come back for council approval. So I think we are a step ahead of ourselves. So I won't be in support of this unless it goes to the URA first. Thank you. Any other discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Noble? No, okay. All right, ready to take a vote?
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
No.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Councilmember Chacon?
Sorry, I was far away. No.
Thank you.
$5 million.
Okay, that fails
$7 million impact.
3-6.
$7 million impact.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you. At the last study session meeting, when we discussed study sessions, I had asked to include a study session on efficiency regarding holding our meetings, study session and city council meetings. For January and February, we have one business meeting only. And so I would like to move that we hold a study session topic for the city staff to present us with options regarding meetings for study sessions and the city council that would provide us with more opportunities to conduct business, since we currently conflict with holidays on Mondays.
Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
Okay, I'll second that. Any discussion? Councilmember Douglas?
I don't understand the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. My motion is to hold a study session. My motion is for, I'm probably confused at the moment too. Thank you very much, Councilmember Douglas, for making me refocus here for a minute. To direct staff to provide us with information regarding meetings for study sessions and council meetings that conflict with holidays, so that we may become more efficient. We currently lose business meetings to holidays, and that's my reason. So it's a study session on this topic.
Oh, just a study session in it.
Correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mayor. So it's a topic to discuss, well, not discuss, it's a topic to look over the next year of when we have holidays on a Monday to make a determination as to what topics are coming up on those days to basically move them? Is that what I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand it myself.
Yeah.
My apologies.
No problem. All right, let me phrase this in a different way. I would like, my motion is for the city staff to provide us with alternatives regarding our city council meetings and study sessions because we lose so many meetings per year to holidays.
So are you saying that look at maybe moving the meetings from Mondays to Tuesdays?
Moving the meetings from Mondays to Tuesdays, or on the nights that we have a holiday, that the meeting would be on a Tuesday, because the first two meetings of January, the first 2 months of the year, January and February, we've only had one business meeting. And that might arise for holidays again in the future. But it's just something to look at. Many cities already only meet on Tuesday nights or Wednesday nights. We always have met on Monday nights. I would just like to have a discussion about it and have the city staff bring us options, what other cities are doing and so forth.
City Manager Rogers?
I think the Mayor Pro Tem answered the question I was going to ask, but I'll do it anyways to make sure I'm clear. We can be as robust and broad in the approach of those alternative options. Once again, shifting the dates that are lost, business meeting dates that are lost.
Any options you want to provide to us.
Okay. Councilmember Teeter?
I'd say options all the way up to changing the city charter to change the day we have our meetings, if that's what it takes to get business done. But
Just to be clear, it's in the municipal code, so you could change it by way of ordinance. It doesn't require a charter change.
okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other discussion?
I hope we're clear.
All right. Is everybody clear on the motion? Okay. Take a vote, please.
Your vote is open.
I second it. Yep. Thank you.
Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 8 with 1 no vote. Okay, any other?
Yep.
Council? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yep. This is my second motion, and because this came up earlier, that sometimes our memories fade, and sometimes things don't get accomplished that we think are getting accomplished, that I would like for us to direct staff to provide us with an audit of the past year of council-generated motions, the status of that motion, the maker of the motion, the vote on the motion, and what the outcome of that motion was.
Okay. Looking for a second? I'll second that. Councilmember Kim, discussion?
Yes, thank you. When are you expecting to have this by? I guess would be the question, the next.
When do you think, what would be a reasonable time, City Manager Rogers?
I actually have to look to my clerk to see what level of due diligence he would have to conduct. You're looking for all of 2024, correct, ma'am?
Correct.
Your best guesstimate, sir?
Spitballing, that's probably gonna take me a full week's worth, probably 40 hours to do every single meeting for every single motion, just to get it to you. I'm not sure what the outcomes are gonna be other than the vote.
No, not, excuse me, hang on a minute. Not every single motion. I'm only talking about council-generated motions, like administrative council
Right.
business, notice council business.
Yeah, so any council-initiated motion, I'm gonna have to go through every meeting to get the motion maker, the vote, and then City Manager Rogers, I'd turn it over to you to add the outcome or the update of where each motion currently is, if I can't find where if they made a motion in January, we brought it back in March or April, if those are still outstanding. So then probably at least those 40 hours for myself on top of what it would take you in your office to add to that database.
So probably best estimate, rough estimate, you're probably looking at 1 to 2 months, ma'am?
That's reasonable. How about 2 months?
Yes, ma'am?
All righty. Thank you.
Any vote on it?
All right, so that would be by April, 1st of April.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem, what would be the end result of, I guess, how would you use this how do you foresee us using this information?
I think it's been made clear earlier this evening that we're just tracking how these motions that we make are implemented and when they're implemented, where they're implemented, and so forth. And it will be a good reminder for us about the kinds of things that we're asking from staff at the same time. So it covers a multitude of really good reasons for making our work more efficient. We don't want to duplicate motions that have already been made. For example, earlier we were talking about CDOT, having agreements with CDOT for roads that CDOT owns. I certainly remember those motions having been made previously. So let's just have a record of it. We can have them. We can have it be an ongoing record going forward, and then there'll never be any questions. It will be a lot simpler for all of us.
Thank you. I hear the intent, and I wonder if there's opportunity to make this, as a part of our retreats, this should be maybe like, how do we make this more systemic? Maybe it's a part of the end of the year of everything we do each year, and we talk about it at the retreats, which roll up into our counselor goals. Right now, it feels like this would be just a one-time. I guess I'm not clear on how this will be used in this one.
Thank you.
Dashboard.
I have made my motion, and I would like it to stand as it is. If we have a discussion about it at the retreat, that would be fine also.
Councilmember Dare?
So this to me is the exact reason why we can't get anything meaningful done in the city. If we're willing to spend a month of staff time to go back through individual motions without an ultimate purpose, right? Like, if the purpose is to take, inventory of what motions have been made, that means we're making too many motions, right? It goes back to if everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. And so, to be frank, this is just a waste of staff time. And if we forgot about a motion that hasn't been acted on, it probably wasn't that important to begin with. So we have to go back and look at what our priorities are. And do we want to keep moving forward? We're taking track now, right? We've made changes to how we track our votes and how we post them online. And for me, I think, we're wasting time that staff could be, using for better purposes to actually move us forward instead of trying to go backwards.
City Manager Rogers, did you have something else you want to say?
I was just going to look for a clarifying point from the Mayor Pro Tem, whether if this passes, were you thinking of a regular meeting or a study session? Because that is important, just thinking about with what we have scheduled.
Just a study session.
Okay. Just so that everybody's kind of has that information in the back of their minds, looking at where we're at. On April 14th, we have 5 items that, based on discussion that was held with you all in January 13th. April 28th, we have another set of 5 items. Mr. Gibson, if you don't mind bringing up that spreadsheet for just the study
Excuse
session.
me, City Manager Rogers, I wasn't asking for it to be a topic at a city council meeting or a study session. I was asking for the audit, simply the audit, the inventory, if you will. If, when we receive the information, we wish to put it on a study session agenda or on a city council agenda, that's another story. But this was simply to have an inventory so that we know where we stand on these motions.
Okay, that helps. So sending you something, as I've done traditionally, by a certain date.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. Just to clarify, would you restate your motion again?
Yes. My motion is to direct staff to provide an inventory of council-generated motions over the past 12 months by early April. That includes the motion, the maker, the vote, and the outcome.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that fails 4-5.
Thank you. I am not finished with my administrative council business.
Okay.
City Manager Rogers, you were talking about speeds as part of a plan. Could you tell us when you plan to have that back to us?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, the safety action plan is tentatively scheduled right now for the March 24th study session.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. And I would also like to comment on Mr. Bauer's appearance tonight from Oakwood Homes, who is planning, they are planning to have meetings with the community in order to provide a vision for the balance of Reunion to be built out. And I really appreciate this. I'm very glad that we're moving forward again on this property. I also wrote back to Mr. Bauer and I said, then I reminded him that he might be met with some skepticism because despite the 20-year plan that Oakwood Homes appeared before the City Council on August 19th of 2019 and showed several plans that included, for example, a sports and entertainment center that several people relied upon when they purchased their homes. So I hope that we can have a really productive conversation between the community and Oakwood Homes, and that we can see projects come to fruition in a timely manner and provide the kind of community that people have been eagerly awaiting for these years. So I appreciate that Oakwood Homes is reaching out to do that. They have a great opportunity because our general plan, our comprehensive plan update has a giant neighborhood character area that has no zoning within it in particular and nothing called out. So that means that the vision can be laid out as they have these meetings coming up over this year. So I hope that all of us in the community will give Oakwood Homes an opportunity and we'll bring all of our ideas to them. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, did you bring up the speed limit, to look at the speed limit again?
Yeah, he said March 24th.
Okay, thank you. Any other council members? Councilmember Ford?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just had been all night thinking about opportunities to deal with the state of Colorado on maintenance of these roads. I'd like to know before I make a motion to direct staff to do anything, what we're looking at time-wise to look into something that I think could be a viable option for this council on making repairs to these roads. Could we look into seeing if there are any agreements with other communities that the state may have or that we may be able to enter into where we could repair some of the major damage to a state road and get reimbursement for the work that we would do so that we can make these repairs in a more timely fashion to deal with severe issues, as my colleague, Councilmember Madera, was stating on the on-ramp, that loop road or the connector road off of Brighton, or any of these major impacts on like Brighton or 224. If there's a quicker way to get some of these things done and still not negatively impact the city from a revenue or financial position. And I want to ask that first before I make a motion to have the staff look into an agreement type scenario. If there are anybody else doing anything like that, or if the state has a program where we can opt to repair it, because my guess is the problem is a money problem with the state rather than a time problem. But I don't know. But I would like to take the upper hand, make the repairs, get reimbursed by the state, so that we can meet the needs of our constituents, is where I'm going with this whole, please.
So thank you for that, sir. You know, when Councilmember Kim made the motion, earlier about entering into an IGA, where my initial thought goes with an IGA is to leverage the state for funding or for us to expense, and then they reimburse us for material and labor costs. It's more of a labor issue for them than being able to get to and prioritizing.
That's exactly where I'm going, are there already agreements with other municipalities, with the state, and can we enter into that type of an agreement so that we can get our constituents' needs taken care of in a timely manner? Because right now, you can see where we're getting beat up by state roads and lack of maintenance.
There is, and we've had these conversations with them leading up to this conversation tonight, and we'll continue. The difference has been they've entered into agreements with reimbursing on material, but not labor. And obviously, labor is where the cost is going to be much higher that we'd also would want to recoup. Like I said, we're in the process of entering an IGA with them to help clean up their medians when it comes to unauthorized campers within their rights of way, right? We're working through that where they will reimburse us for executing that. It's not 100%, and we've pushed for that, but it's better than getting nothing and, helping us to address that issue. So it's a similar conversation. You and Councilmember Kim, in my mind, have the same intent of how to move that forward with the letter, right? The letter is, we want to enter into the IGA. That IGA is going to negotiate how we can do that work, and you will reimburse us. And or if you do it, that's even better.
Okay, now I was under a different impression on the letter. The letter, I thought, was a letter signed by the mayor, basically stating, we need you to act on maintaining your roads. I'm trying to get to, and correct me if I'm wrong, and that goes to Councilmember Kim. I'm trying to get to the point of being able to get the repairs made, and regardless of the letter, I think the letter needs to go out saying, hey, your roads are in terrible shape. I want to know, can we enter into an agreement to repair these roads and get our money back? Because I think our residents deserve that form of maintenance.
So let me just share this with you. Regardless of the letter, we were already heading down that path of negotiating an IGA with CDOT to, at a minimum, to reimburse us if they would allow for us to do the work within their rights of way. The letter helps to elevate the concern to the district board members and to who they are responsible to, hopefully driving a greater response in District 1. And obviously bringing the county commissioners in, while they may not have a dog in this fight, they will at least be able to help maybe push some of those internal conversations we've been having at the staff level to be able to get that IGA in place to bring forward to you, because now there is elected official influence and awareness.
Can
at a
you
much
keep
different
us
level.
updated on those discussions so that we have real-time information? That's all I need. Thank you.
Councilmember Chacon?
Thank you. I'm not sure if I need to make a motion, but I can. And this actually stemmed from community recently this past week, concerns about immigration, about ICE, about so many different kind of panic-inducing spaces. I've actually been asked by other organizations as well. Last administration, our chief of police had a town hall to go over the immigration facts for our city and where they're going to meet community. I wanted to request if we could have that done again, an open town hall with Spanish interpretation to be able to quell a lot of panic and to also have constituents know we stand with them. I'm not sure if I should make a motion or that's a request to the city manager and the chief of police.
City Manager Rogers?
I appreciate that, ma'am. You know, it's an interesting operational request that's being asked. And obviously, we provided a FAQ, to your point, last week. Purposely, that FAQ was just what it was, a statement of facts. It was not taking a position. It was not trying to emote one way or the other about the city's operations or our current practices. I think, given the sensitivity around the matter and the potential navigation that would be required in having to work through this sensitive matter with the community is one that with a town hall, I think I have my concerns, just to speak frankly with you, ma'am, about having a very robust conversation on where the council from a policy leadership fell on the matter for me to take cues off in discussing with the community. Like I said, an FAQ is what it is. It's a fact. This is what we're doing. This is what we're not doing. It is not to mince words. It is not to spur people in one way or the other, because it's coming from state law and our policies, and we make that abundantly clear so that there is no confusion. And the reason why we put the fact out was because there was confusion on what our PD was and was not doing. So I think when we start to get into wanting to quell, it becomes more complex than just, speaking to all of the community or a subset of a community or a portion of our community, as it may be. So I think operationally, that would give me some pause of concern without fully knowing where this council aligned itself on how to communicate more broadly on a matter that does not affect operation, but also policy-wise. So that would be my response, ma'am.
Then I'd like to make a motion for a discussion to have a town hall with community. This was done before. I think it can build a lot of trust with community and to protect community. And I think given such a large population that we have in our community, to not lean into the complexities of this, we're not protecting our community effectively either. And I understand the level of what this really means. But again, who are we if we're not going to protect our community? So I would like to make a motion to have a town hall in Spanish to discuss whether it's the FAQ or where the chief of police and the police department in the city stands in protecting our community from harsh, and some of these are absolutely illegal deportations. We've had Native American communities starting to be deported, and we're indigenous. So things do need to be questioned, and I understand the complexities, but when you do come from a population that was no more than one population ago, not even allowed to deliver in a hospital, we have to question where legality starts being immoral. So I'd like to make that motion.
Okay, City Attorney Zarzeki?
Thank you, Mayor. I think if I'm hearing the motion that's on the floor, sorry, it's not on the floor, the motion that was made, it's effectively directing the chief of police to schedule a town hall meeting. I just got to be very cognizant about section 7.6 of the city charter, right, which clearly says that city council shall not direct city staff to take actions. It says specifically that the council and its members shall deal with persons under the city manager's responsibility solely through the city manager. So I would not advise on having a motion on this. I think it's entirely appropriate to have the conversation with the city manager. I think you just heard him sort of lay out some of his reservations, but I do think that it's a problem if this body were to require a town hall meeting of the chief of police.
Councilmember Chacon?
Well, thank you very much for that clarity. Was there a motion made prior to have the previous town hall? Because again, this was done before with the previous chief of police. So was this done through the city manager and the chief of police then on their own to discuss that with community? And if so, we can have that conversation so that it can actually be planned and done? Or does it have to become a motion through the city manager to have that? I just want to know how it was done previously so that it can be done effectively again that way.
So if I may ask, and I'm just got to be to the point, are you speaking about City Manager McBroom and Chief Nichols?
I believe so, yes. It was the last Trump administration.
I can't speak to that. I don't remember any town hall meeting that occurred. Not to say that it didn't. That may be even before my time. I would suspect that I'll use myself as an example. Last year, the original town hall that the chief and I had was a discussion that he and I came up with trying to engage community concerns around criminality under our purview and the role that we serve in government, and keeping it as such, and not expounding into things that we currently do not have a participatory role in, such as immigration and deportation. And then you all had made a motion there to kind of adjust to make sure that we had the mayor there to be present, and in his absence, the mayor pro tem, as an introductory. But generally speaking, the idea of having a town hall, where it's operationally based, that came from myself and the chief. So I would suspect that it probably came from the city manager and the chief previously, but that's just an assumption on how I got from point A to point B last year in 2024.
I appreciate that. And maybe that's the case, is to just have a town hall to hear community and answer those FAQs, even if it is just from the fact sheet. Community, I feel, really needs to be heard, is what I'm trying to get at. And that to build that relation, especially during that panic, can quell a lot of community's concerns, to just be able to talk with someone about what's going on. And it would be helpful for that to be done with yourself and the chief of police. I would love to join as well if we can, but I think to meet community at where they're at is really crucial right.
City Manager Rogers, thoughts?
No, I appreciate Councilmember Chacon's thoughts and ideas behind this request. You know, previously, last year, we had always talked about wanting to do another set of public safety town halls. So I don't think that quells the idea of having public safety town halls, but I'd want to be very exact on what we're willing to cover and what we're not willing to cover. And once again, you know, we're coming into the new year. We haven't kind of started laying out what that potential plan looks like in developing the timing around those town halls and so forth. Now, you all will have your own town forums, obviously, that we're working on, but, you know, specifically for the staff level, that's still to be determined.
Okay. Councilmember Chacon, what did
I'm
you?
not sure where to proceed. Forgive me, sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just going to ask.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where to proceed. How can we be able to have something at least within the next month or so to have it a timely discussion? And if there's any way that I could support, I know one organization that was interested was Cultivando. So if we can reach out maybe to do it in support or collaboration, is there a way that we can have actionable steps if it's not through a motion?
Just to be, given with where we're at, ma'am, and there, once again, navigating something where we don't currently have a participatory role in trying to address fears or concerns. I absolutely hear what you're trying to accomplish, ma'am. But I also don't want to communicate or convey a position that, you know, goes outside of our operational practices, policies, and what we are governed by state law. And, you know, the FAQ establishes that, I think, very clearly in a very direct way for any and all who need to understand what PD is doing day in and day out on our streets, in our various facilities. So I don't know what I would convey any more than what has already been said to any and all of our constituency, regardless of what side of the table they fall on the matter of deportation and immigration. If there is go ahead, ma'am.
I understand. I guess it's not what you can convey, because that'll be said already there, if that's all it is too. It's what you can receive from community. That was the crucial point in this one, is that they feel heard and that they can approach their city manager and their chief of police to feel that type of safety. And the reason that this could be incredibly crucial outreach is community does want to be involved. They do want to help, but they don't know where they can discuss these issues. And it's not just what you can convey, but what you can receive with community. And given such our large population, this is a really pertinent issue. So I understand exactly that this is a difficult state and federal legal battle. And there's so many issues here and complexities, but we're the battleground, and it is a lot of our workers. So I just want for community to be able to discuss with you also their concerns. And that was the point of the town hall. I would like to do it in collaboration with already the community organizations that have those contacts that are concerned, and what that looks like. That's why I understand that
there's more to this, and if it's not motion, just to fall off without ever having discussion.
Yeah. It probably would be easier to have a conversation, but since there's not a position for me to have the conversation, that I will just honestly say it puts me in a conundrum. Just speaking frankly, ma'am. Because I will tell you the scenarios that will come up are there will be both sides of the table that will come to that meeting and they will want me to hear them on both sides of that community. And that can be a very lightning rod situation if there's not a position in question that has been established. Now, I don't establish that position. That is not my role. My role is to ensure that my police department is operating effectively under the state law as well as the policies that we have in place, and that is what we are doing today. So for me to go out and to hear our community, while I understand that thought process is the implications that come with that thought process that myself and then the chief would have to navigate without a position to back ourselves or to brace ourselves that come outside of my purview.
I welcome that we still continue to have this conversation past this so we can wrap this up, but the ones before us were able to do it. Even, I mean, it was an actual town hall before with the same complexities, and we can revisit the issue to where you can be informed in that way so it's not out of your purview. So I welcome that we understand just that if it can be done before, it can be done again. And it was helpful in a way that made community feel safe. And especially if you're gonna have safety town halls, this is a huge gap if we are not addressing this. So I'll leave it for now, but I would like to have a further discussion. And if it's not a motion, something in collaboration with community to address this very complex issue.
Thank you. City Manager Rogers, would there be an issue if Cultivando had a meeting and invited council members to come?
Absolutely not. I mean, your roles is obviously, unless you all take a position that you all want to share universally as a body, you would be representing yourselves and your own opinions, and you're allowed to do so today, tomorrow, regardless. And I would not advise you not to do so, but once again, your roles are very different than my roles within this structure.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
So I went to speak a long time ago, and that was after Councilman Ford asked about reimbursement. I remember asking that very same question a while back, and I was told that CDOT had no money and they would not consider something like that. And I just had to say something because I felt like if I didn't, that I would be regretting it by not saying something, and feel like I missed my opportunity. But no, I appreciate that Councilmember Ford asked that question. I like the answer that he got tonight, but it was a totally different answer than I received when I asked the same question. And I just wanted to put that out there. There doesn't need to be any comments or anything. I just need to make a statement for my own personal satisfaction.
Thank you. Earlier we had citizens' comments. A gentleman came through, Frank Martinez. He talked about his carport. Now, I know later on in the summer, he came in June. Councilmember Ford had said that, if we're going to go and change things and make things more allowable, and I don't know if we change the policies as far as carports. And since those were changed, we need to reach out to Mr. Frank to make sure, if anything, he gets partial reimbursed or so, or help him in his navigate, since he had to take his carport down. So what happened in that time frame that people went ahead and put up carports, and then he went through the process, but then he was treated different. Now he comes back before us when a motion was made to make sure that if anything, Mr. Martinez would be taken care of, not financially, but at least assist him that he could get his carport put back up.
I can't speak to those innate details. All that I can speak to is that our staff has been attempting to work with Mr. Martinez on his pending application for a side setback encroachment of a detached carport. I will say it's been an ongoing conversation with Mr. Martinez from beginning to now about why he has to go through the process as others around him or as he's seen in the community, and that there has been no enforcement. Now, I can't speak to what Mr. Martinez is using as justification that he's being told to do X, but others aren't being told to do Y, unless he's got somewhere to point to that we can then go investigate and determine whether or not they are in conflict with our adopted and established land development code. But that being said, we would treat anybody equally as they've been forced upon on what steps that they would need to take. That being said, we have continued to try to keep working with him in a number of different ways to try to get him to a decision-making point with the Board of Adjustment. But I can't look at him as resident A versus someone down the street as resident B, because the extenuating circumstances of what has occurred on their property, what time, when their carport was established, and what steps they are taking are similar in nature or divergent. So I'm looking at it purely at his case.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you for clarifying that. And my last one is, we have a lot of transit traffic that comes through our city, and we have people who live in our city who are traveling down 104th, 120th, they're going east and west, mainly going west to work. And where their timing on the lights down 104th have changed. As they get to areas that are controlled by the state, like Highway 85, we did make some changes to Highway 2, which has helped. Do we control the timing mechanisms for the lights, the intersection at Highway 85 and 104th, is that the state?
That is the state, and we reach out to the state when we've had instances when their traffic signal has gone down. But yes, that would be the state.
All right. Is there any way do we need to make a motion to ask if we could have them change the timing so that the eastbound and westbound traffic has a better flow at certain times of the day?
Yeah, so I think your motion would be directing the city manager to work with his staff on engaging CDOT on signalization timing or signal timing on the east and westbound approaches of 104th and 85. And I would say, Mayor, you would have to fill in the gap on what outcome you are desirous of that the body would then support.
Okay. All right. Well, I can make a motion to request CDOT with changing the signalization of 104th and Highway 85 eastbound and westbound traffic, and the same at 120th and Highway 85. That's my motion.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, could you repeat the motion, please?
Okay, I'm making a motion to request CDOT with changing the signalization at 104th and Highway 85, eastbound and westbound traffic, and the same at 120th and Highway 85. I'm sorry, I forgot to include the timing would be between the hours of 6 a.m. till 10 a.m. and then 4 p.m. till 6 p.m.
And just to be clear, Mayor, your motion is to have us engage with them. Obviously, we cannot dictate whether they will.
Yes. Councilmember Kim?
That was my question. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Chacon, you okay with those times?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Should have waited for these other ones to come in. All right, well, they're not here, so we'll go ahead and do a vote. City Attorney, should I wait till the body comes back, or since they're not here?
That's a very good question. Did the body, I'm sorry, I was not paying attention. Did they depart when the motion was made initially?
I don't think they were even here. I didn't notice if they were here or not when I made the motion.
So
But we have a quorum.
you have a quorum. You could,
Okay.
you could move forward with. the
All right.
motion.
Go ahead and proceed then. Thank you. Sorry, thank you.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, motion passes 7 yeses and 2 not voting. Are we okay? Okay, all right. Okay, City Manager Rogers, do you want to bring up the review of the work schedule tonight?
We definitely can, Mayor. So, Dylan, do you mind?
Okay. All right, before we do that, I need to extend the time by an hour. Councilmember Kim?
I'll second that.
Okay, extended time till 11:30. Councilmember Kim, you okay with that?
I'm okay.
Okay. Any discussion?
You need a second.
Councilmember Kim, second.
Oh,
Yep. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. So the motion was to extend the meeting until 11:30?
Your vote is open.
Thank you.
Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, it passes 7-2. All right, thank you. Okay, we'll just wait. Are you waiting for to connect to the internet again, or? Okay, thank you.
All right. So this is the typical spreadsheet that you all have always had attached for the last couple of years on the agenda, but specifically want to share with you where we stand with the March 3rd agenda. Kicking off the events of that evening will be a URA meeting. The URA meeting was to be held tonight, and However, we understood that there's still some outstanding items, in particular, a Phase 1. Phase 1 is an environmental assessment to determine if there are any impacts to the potential property that would be transferred from the URA to the city. As you all know, property along 62nd Avenue is owned by the URA. The city would be taking that over to then deliver an easement to CDOT for the construction of the 62nd and Vasquez full turning movement improvements. What will also not shown here, but it's my understanding will be added, is as part of this transfer of land, there had been previous discussions between the URA and the city about a reduction in the loan that is due from the URA to the city because of the benefit that this will lead to development on parcel B for commercial. So to help effectuate, once again, greater TIF revenue generation and minimize some of the obligations that would have been from a debt perspective of the URA to the city, there will be a discussion about enacting those previous discussions at this meeting. Once again, it's not on there now, but that would be another 15-minute conversation. So adjourning the city council regular meeting around 7 o'clock. We would then adjourn to the city council meeting after the URA, in which, as we currently stand, have our standing oil and gas monthly update. On average, what you find in those timeframes are what we have experienced in time of length most recently. So you may find like notice council business or public speaking at somewhere between 30 to 40 minutes because that's what we've been seeing with the amount of individuals coming up or the amount of items being discussed during that section. So just keep that in mind. On consent agenda, should be very straightforward. There is ordinance 2658. First reading was heard this today in regards to $9.5 million for grade separated crossing at US 85 and 120th. And we have ordinance 2662, 28,000 and some change for the recognition of the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grant. We have ordinance 2663, which is 484,000 from HSIP in recognition of that from the Department of Transportation. Ordinance 2665 is the approval of vehicle acquisition for both Public Works and the Police Department. Why that is coming before you is that the amount and the total of that acquisition is above my authority to execute as the city manager under our procurement policy. We have an interfund transfer, a budget amendment. First reading was held today under consent. Resolution 2513 is an agreement between the city and CWGB for master services that we have within Public Works. We have another agreement between the city and Adams County Animal Shelter and the Adoption Center. That is a standing agreement that we have on an annual basis so that we're able to transfer animals that we find without homes as we're doing our animal control to that facility up at the Riverdale Regional Park. Resolution 25-021 is a resolution approving an IGA with Adams County Sheriff's Office for the provision of law enforcement and administrative personnel. I believe that is related to the jail and clarification of that as a standing basis. We have a resolution supportive application for Great Outdoor for a community impact grant. Details still forthcoming as to that within the next month. We have the 88th Avenue Construction Management Agreement in Resolution 25027. We have your appointment of members to boards and commissions of the city. And then we have our last item on consent, Resolution 2533, which is determining the eligibility for a property on the north southwest corner of East 96th Avenue and Piccadilly Road. So that would be east of E470, literally on the outside the gate of Flyden Airport. We have one public hearing currently slated for an hour and a half, which is Car Wash Pro Design. And this is to modify the allowable commercial uses to specifically allow a car wash that is currently not allowable only by a conditional use permit, is my understanding. And that has received some public interest and comments before you all in the most recent past. We have slated that for an hour and a half. Does not necessarily mean it needs to be an hour and a half, given that that is our only public hearing item tonight, on that night. But it also depends on how many people show up and how in-depth of a conversation that you all have on that matter. And then we have currently what would be a work schedule review, depending on the motion that was made tonight about bringing back a resolution to change the policy, and then obviously the motion that was made, we would actually use the March 24th meeting, or we would use this meeting, given that we would not have March 10th, to talk about the April 7th meeting. So that brings us to the conclusion of our meeting, Mayor, 9:35. There was a discussion of pushing the 96th Avenue underpass to this agenda. And by doing so, that would bring, bear with me, 30 minutes of a discussion to this item. So we would be looking at 10:05 on a worst-case scenario if we hit these projected timelines or timeframes.
Okay. Council have any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you. Isn't the underpass a study session item?
Yes, I think one of the things that I had brought forward was pushing, you could either push one up to February 24th or push one down to the next regular meeting, given that we do not have a study session. We don't have a study session on the 10th, which we would have had that. So the next study session would be March 24th. And we are currently slated to end at 9:35 on March 24th. And what we have there is the Safety Action Plan, FOP, so that's the Fraternal Order of Police bargaining guidance, based on requests that they had requested us to do tied to their collective bargaining agreement. We're now going to be sharing some of the results of that to get your direction on how we would then respond to the FOP. We then have Q3 study session topic priorities. That could be reduced in a period of time. And then we have energy performance contract project update. That is our agreements that we've been working through, or projects we've been working through with Schneider Electric in retrofitting our facilities and where we stand in that process.
But right now, we're looking at city council meeting agenda.
Correct. There's nothing that stops you from having a
All right,
presentation on it.
just wanted to clarify.
Any other council members have questions? All right, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, on to report. City Manager Rogers, do you have anything else you'd like to add to your report?
Yes, Mayor. You know, we talked about it briefly or tangentially, but, you know, as the new administration continues to roll out different executive orders or the Department of Treasury memorandum, we are analyzing that to understand the impacts to our general fund, capital improvement projects, as well as grants. We are trying to assess what is going to be a date in which we'll start to hear from various grantors, whether or not some or all of our projects have been identified and whether or not they will be rescinded, canceled, terminated, and what does that then mean to us, which then means I will be back before you all with a conversation as to next steps on how to navigate that with your guidance. I would also like to share that I've had an ability to meet with Congressman Evans last week, and we discussed a variety of different functional operations and upcoming projects. I believe he's making his roundtable with different city managers within the district in which he covers, wanting to understand what and how we are operating and what we are doing and the things that we are responding to. So it was a good conversation. I won't be surprised if he wants to have a conversation with council at some effect in time. But once again, we were the first ones that he wanted to sit down with to kind of understand what we do as a city and how we're doing it. And he comes out of local government as a former city employee at Arvada, so he has a great appreciation for what local governments have to go through in responding to both the federal government, but also the state. Last but not least, obviously I want to thank the mayor, Councilmember Douglas, Councilmember Teeter, all present at our badge and honor ceremony. It did mean a lot to the troops, seeing you all be there and being present. Wish I could have joined with you all. But they did greatly appreciate the support there. So thank you very much. That ends my report, Mayor.
I appreciate that. City Attorney Zarzaki?
Nothing, Mayor. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Councilmember Dukes, question for City Manager Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager Rogers, I know this year we approved Wayfinder signs across the city for this year's budget. Do you anticipate, can you give us an update on what that looks like?
Yeah,
in terms of
absolutely.
implementation?
Merge, who's come before this council 2 times over, kind of talking about the wayfinding program over the course of last year. You all approved that budget for $750,000 for 2025. So we've been working with Merge on finalizing locations for installation of those, in a more granular level. Given just for fabrication, timing, and ultimate installation, I think aggressively we'd be looking at the first signs going up at the end of the year. So I would say probably to the middle or latter half of Q4 is when we'll see that. And then obviously, there'll be an additional budget discussion. It's already been identified as part of our CIP for 2026, but to continue that effort into that year.
Thank you. And when they signs go up, do you anticipate like a ribbon cutting or somewhere a photo opportunity, or is that too far down the line to think about right now?
No, I don't think it's too far down the line to think about how to recognize and how to take community pride in something that's going to be a visual attractant and also strengthen the community appearance. I would say, we'll probably have a better idea of what for lack of better words, a public campaign of being able to generate some interest, getting the word out when we actually get kind of close to knowing where locations are going to be and which one makes the most sense, right? Do you have a ribbon cutting at your major gateway, and which major gateway do you want to have go first? That catches the attention with people coming into our community. And obviously, you want that to be probably the best location that you can kind of kick off first and foremost to set a tone. So I think let us get through the first stage of placement location, and then we can kind of really tackle that with you all on council.
Councilmember Ford, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say congratulations to Jackie Banks on her retirement.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any other council members have questions for our city attorney? Okay. All right, City Attorney Zarzaki.
Nothing, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any council members have reports they'd like to make? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. I would also like you to convey our appreciation for Jackie Banks. service to our city for 19 years. And so if I missed her retirement party on Friday and didn't think about it until I was at the badge and honor ceremony that night. And so if you could convey that to her, if you talk to her, I'd really appreciate it. The badge and honor ceremony was incredible. The stories that we heard, these are stories that were on the news, but then you got to see the heroes be awarded for their commitment to the city. It was a really great event, catered by Bison Grill, and the food was fabulous. So it was a really wonderful event, and the fact that we were able to have it in our very own recreation center, and to have that large room, we could set it up as though it were a restaurant or a hotel. It was wonderful to see that. And so that was a great event. On Wednesday, I attended the Adams City Middle School Achievement Awards, and boy, was that great to see all these wonderful smiling faces get their awards for their fantastic accomplishments. And we have a great bunch of students and young kids here who are definitely our future. So that was really great to go to that. That evening, I went to the Land Use Code Revision Open House. It was attended by a handful of people, but I thought it was good. It was attended by people who will get the word out to other people in the community. So I want to thank Jeff and staff for putting that on. Then, on Saturday, went to the 270 open house, and that was really great to see that we are getting the things that our community deserves, sidewalks and pedestrian bridges and things like that. So that was excellent. I also want to announce that I was chosen to serve by NLC on the Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources Committee, as well as the REAL Committee, which is Race Equity and Leadership. So I'm very proud of that. Thank you.
Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few things. Number one is, so went to the I-270 corridor improvements on the 29th. It appears that the EIS should be finalized or by early 2026. And then, of course, a couple of weeks thereafter, they're looking to break ground is what it looks like. You're able to provide some additional feedback and inputs at that time too, as if you went on Saturday, you know what I'm talking about. One of the things that was mentioned was they were talking about in the future was regarding wayfinding. And I know we talked about wayfinding before and I believe we had a specific type that we would look at having in the city. Ms. Jenna Hahn was there, so I just kind of wanted to connect her with just trying to get the details over there, say, hey, if they're planning to put wayfinding within Commerce City, to make sure that the aesthetic is the same as what we would basically go with. So I just wanted to make sure that connection was there. On the 30th, went to Adelante Connects, met with Representative Manny Rutinel there, of course, County Commissioner Steve Odorizio, and a few others. It was a great conversation regarding entrepreneurship assistance. Never been to that before, so it was the first time for me. Regarding a conversation earlier around the Housing Authority, myself being on that committee, I could tell you right now, we've only had 3 meetings last year. I had to do some research on that. The last meeting we had was September. of last year, and nothing is scheduled yet for this year. So you can tell how many times we've actually met, and the last time we met. I met with a representative from South Adams County Fire District. They wanted me to let me know and let others know that elections, there's going to be 3 openings coming up. And so they're looking for basically someone with civilian oversight to have civilian oversight over the fire department. Forms are due by February 28th. If anyone is interested, you can email elections@crscolorado.com to get the self-nomination form, and then follow the instructions therein to get that in by the 28th. Lastly, I did meet with the government representative from Suncor on Friday. She reached out to me to want to chat with me, and we had a very candid discussion. Around that candid discussion was basically trying to understand where I was coming from with regards to my comment I made about them coming out to council. I basically told them, I said, you know, we had this conversation. I had this conversation with her and also, what's his name, Jeff, I believe, who's the CEO for there a year and a half ago. And I just told him, I said, you know, you're going to have resistance. You're going to have people who are going to want to speak their minds, whatever the case is. Be ready for it. But it'd be great if you guys came on out, provided the transparency as what you guys are doing kind of moving forward. And it was a genuine conversation I had with her. And I wanted her to understand that, like, you know, there's, coming from me, it was basically just a way to say, you know, and I told her I was disappointed as well, the fact that we've had this conversation over a year and a half ago and nothing was done since. So, but I would really like for them to kind of just, you know, figure it out how they want to work it. But I mean, just be ready for the resistance that's going to occur probably. But just kind of be just very transparent and what they're doing. I understand I also understand their precaution, their precaution that is, because they don't want to say too much. You say too much legally, I think you could potentially see how that goes. But other than that, that is all I've got to report. Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry, any other council members report out? Sorry, I didn't have a mic on. Nope. All right, let's see. Last Thursday, had a AC rep business advocacy and public policy at a briefing. This was held downtown at the, I think the hotel. Anyway, this occurred downtown. I had a brief conversation with our new congressional representative, Gabe Evans. Brief conversation was around protecting our undocumented immigrants, protecting the federal grants that could help us with our built out of our infrastructure around housing and our environmental issues as well. And I appreciate City Manager shout out as far as the badge of honor, and that was really great to hear. Not only the stories, but the sacrifices that our police department goes through on a daily basis. And I really appreciate Jonda Smalls for what she puts out on social media. She puts out just enough to spark your interest, but also knowing all the hard work behind the scenes that everyone with police department is doing, whether record keeping, investigation. So I thought that was nice to hear. And then Saturday, also attended the I-70 corridor improvement open house. And I did let the CDOT know, I do appreciate how often they have met with the community on what they're doing and asking questions with the corridor information of open house. Because myself and Councilmember Douglas, they asked to meet with us a while back to see what would they could do to improve how they communicate with our community. And we strongly suggested that have as many meetings as you can and make sure the public actually has opportunity not only to hear, but to voice their opinion and then act on that and then show exactly what their input was and where those inputs are going to take place along the corridor. I think they've done a great job on that. Getting ready to go to, along with other council members, to Congressional City Conference. I was just honored with their approval of Transportation and Infrastructure Services Committee, First Tier Suburb Council, and then also on the Race, Equity, and Leadership Council. And all these meetings take place while we're at the conference, so on that weekend and then leading into the week of the NLC, our NBC trip. That's all I have. So I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Noble for chairing the meeting last Monday. And seeing no other council members have any reports. Move on to adjourning to executive session. I need a motion and second to enter executive session, City Council pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4 F and I, for discussion of personal matters, specifically to discuss the performance standard of the city manager. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
Okay, thank you. The motion on the floor is to enter an executive session of City Council pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4 F and I, for discussion of personal matters, specifically to discuss performance standard of the city manager. I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 9 unanimously votes. Okay, before we enter executive session, I need a motion and a second to automatically adjourn the meeting following executive session. Councilmember Ford.
So move.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second.
Motion on the floor is to automatically adjourn the meeting following executive session. I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
That passes unanimously with 9 yeses. We will now enter into an executive session. The council will not return to take action following executive session. The meeting will immediately adjourn following the executive session. The meeting broadcast and recording will be ended.